leadership. So that's something that we have across the curriculum, and it is attractive to people. Actually, I'm beginning to realize if we could package that for every program more than we are even offering, you know. But of course, it's usually challenging in the sense of how much can you teach of leadership while they still are taking the other courses. But that's something that we do very well. And another thing that we also we are passionate about as a university is that every student, as much as possible, must come out of here with an entrepreneuring mind. Yes. An entrepreneuring mind means learning to be a solutions giver. Learning to see possibilities and taking advantage of the possibilities. Yes. So we train students on entrepreneuring mind. Almost all our students, I think all, take a dose of entrepreneuring because the world has changed. The world has changed. You don't finish school or university and then go get a job. Not anymore. It is likely that you'll spend a year, 2 years, sometimes even 3, still finding your level in life. And if you don't know how to look for food for that season, you'll starve. You'll be a burden to people. So we train people to say, what are the needs around us? And on and on. So there's a way the teachers sharpen our students on entrepreneuring. Okay? Another thing we really value is that, I say we really value, is values. Yes. we know that even when you are a first-class student, brainy, great, you cannot go very far without values. So we are not embarrassed about our values, the values we train students on. Integrity, honesty, hard work, and all the values that are espoused in the Bible. We really believe those values in the Bible are for generation after generation after generation. We believe that they apply whether you are in Western world, in Africa, wherever. We believe that whether it's younger or older, if you embrace integrity, for example, you go far. You go far in life. If you embrace hard work, you go far in life. If you embrace humility, that's another great value that sometimes we lack. If you embrace it in your life, you go very far in life. So we train our students, all our students take a course called spiritual formation. Okay. Because there is no human being that will be formed well without spiritual impact or spiritual help. So we have that course and we teach it to all our students. And mind you, I don't just train Christians here. I have people even of other faiths. But that is a program that we do for all the students. We do know, we believe, we know that it really helps people to navigate and steer life better. God has helped us. I meet people who are training here and many years ago. And they say, oh, I learned this at Park. I learned this at Park. So we ensure that the Christians hold the same values as the university espouses for them to be able to teach to the students, the younger people. And I learned this at Park. So we ensure that the Christian, so those are the values that have taken us places. Because more and more parents are realizing it's not so much about the degree. Actually, if you talk to a parent who has, let us say, the 3rd child, you realize, hey, this thing called education is good, but education without values, education without taking care of the person so that the character is part and parcel of what goes on in this growth. Sooner, any parent who is raising a 3rd child will tell you, I know, character is so important. Sometimes we overlook it when you are running with 1 child and you're thinking it's education and the qualification. No. I'm a parent of 4. 3 are grown-up children. And I tell you that without any hesitation. If you are raising young people, raise them to go for the very best in terms of profession, in terms of studying, in terms of levels of education, but work so hard on character as well. Because you combine the two in a human being, that person is dynamite. They go out to the world, they can take care of the people in society, they actually do what we call sometimes exploits. They do exploits for their nations, for their countries. And that's why sometimes when I say this, I'm so grateful for our government when I see some of our ministers doing exploits for this country. As a private university, we've benefited a lot from government. Let me tell you, in terms of support to be on quality education, support on quality assurance in our programs. There's a body called CUE. It has really worked with us. If there's a university that has benefited from CUE, it is this university. They visited us so many times, and we love their visits because they tell us, sharpen this, shape that, and we've been doing it, and it really helped us. Then come to the leadership of the central government. A lot of help we get from government. So we really appreciate the leadership, particularly currently. I can tell you we celebrate. Recently, I was observing something where there used to be a dichotomy, a sharp dichotomy between private universities and public. And sometimes to the extent where you feel there is a despise or disadvantage to private. And yet private universities are building the nation. These are entrepreneurs who are saying, I can provide education. I can join in and support this country to get education. But right now, that dichotomy is being removing. It's being removed so that the government and the people of Kenya can work together. Whether you are in private, whether you are in public service, you're really serving our nation. It's the same people. It's the same people. Taxpayers, our children, our families, our communities. So as Park Universities, we celebrate the support of our government. We celebrate even through Higher Loans Board. Now that we get our students get Higher Loans Board, we celebrate many things.
How do you measure your impact and some of the success stories probably that you can share with our viewers?
I really like that question because that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Yes.
If you don't make impact, it's like, why are you then in business? Why are you then in it? Bottom line, that is, how do you measure impact? Park University, we measure impact by tracing our students over time. Right now, we've just even in the meeting I've just come from, we were looking at the tracer studies. Tracing our students to say, the people who graduated on such an year, what are they doing in society? Who are they? Where are they? What impact are they doing? So that if you find a student that goes, some of them even going to philanthropy, some of them going to people are doing. Not so much what money they are making. If they make money, that's good. Yeah. But it's really, what are some of the professions they go into? What are they doing with their lives? Are some of them giving themselves to society? Are they making a difference, making a change in society? If I name some of the people, Bishop Oginde, Dr. Oginde,
yes,
he trained here. And I think he's making an impact in leading a whole nation in the things he does through the church that he leads or the organizations that he does.
Yes.
Think of the bishops of some of the churches like Deliverance Church. We've quite a number that have trained here. And if that is not impacting society, and I think they are impacting society, think of others who are in business. We've just been talking about people like Monica Matiri a minute ago. Yeah, many people know about her. She trained here, and she says training here has made her a better worker and a leader where she is, a better worker. Surely if you are a better worker, I'm building the nation.
Even the employer is happy.
Yes, so we are building, so making an impact. So we use such things to gauge whether we are making an impact. Another thing I use personally to gauge, if I find my graduates loitering looking for jobs, then I know we are not making an impact.
Okay.
You do 3 intakes in a year. As I mentioned, we have 2 campuses. Those who are in town and love being close to town, we have a campus on Valley Road.
Yes.
And then we also have this campus in Thika Road, Roysambu. Our intakes are 3 in a year. January, that's when we do a good main, no, all of them are main these days. There was a time when we used to say September was the main term. No, not anymore. In January, we do our intakes. In May, we do our intakes, or rather, put it differently. In March, we are admitting students.
Okay.
March and April. And then in May, they start class on the first week of May. Okay? And then in August, we start admitting people in July. Like right now, we have been admitting people, and it's going on. And then in August, through August, we admit people. They start in September.
Okay.
And then also, we admit people in November, in through December, and then they start in January. Yes, nevertheless, I have students who are in special programs who come during the holiday. So the admissions also, you can come anytime and seek such admissions, particularly the Master of Arts in Leadership, which is a distance learning program. They come here during the holiday to have the face-to-face contact with the teachers. Those who are doing PhD, they also come here during the holidays. So their intakes are different from what I have said, but they will fall within certain rhythms that we have. We also have students who are out there, have over 2,000 students in the field doing transformational church leadership programs. So again, their intakes are slightly different, but they need to identify where they are, whether there's such a program, and then they get into the class. And normally their intakes are done within the university, but they start their learning at different times in the year. Yeah, so we welcome as many people who would be interested in joining PAC.
Yes.
We look forward to them coming to experience good education. Education that we are telling them, if you are not happy with what we can return your money.
Okay.
Yes, because we are committed to offering them quality. We are committed in helping people grow, you know, especially younger people. Really my passion, personal passion, is to see a younger person enter the gate, stay for 3 years, and by the time they go, they are not only clever, you know, mentally, but they are also wholesome in character. Yes, yes. When you see that combination, is powerful, very powerful.
Okay. Probably there's something else that I would like to find out. Apart from the courses that are offered here, is there probably any other facilities that are available within the campus?
Yes. Thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, any university looks for sources of revenue that for you to run to the university well.
Yes.
PAC is very fortunate. We have several avenues that we do that, but one of them is also meeting a need in society, providing guest houses. You know, right now you see where we are. It is right on the superhighway. It is a very nice campus and compound. So we have a guest house in the compound that can, at term time, I can take 40 people. Comfortable 40 people. During the holidays, when many students are not here, I may even push it to 100. So we actually can do conferences, we can do weekend events, soon we'll be doing weddings as well. We used to do weddings on this campus, just here, but because of the noise of weddings, we stopped it a bit, but now we have reorganized our space so that we can also do weddings again.
Excellent.
Yes, and so there are guest houses, and the price again, as PAC University, we don't pitch ourselves very high, but we give you quality. Actually, a lot of people that use our facilities are also international people. So that's partly because of security. We have very good security. But let me mention another facility that we have. We do consultancy work.
Okay.
Because of the concentrated capacity that I have here with the lecturers, we do consultancy work of various kinds. So we have a consultancy arm. So if you're within the industry and you're wondering, I want a research on this, I want a survey on this, I want training on this, and especially in the areas of that we specialize in, like in business, aspects of business, aspects even of security. Now we are also doing security, consultancies in security, and another aspect. So if there's people in industry there wanting people to do research for them, to do training for them, to do motivational talks for them, I have a pool. We have a wing called the CBL. That is, remind me, CBL is Business Leadership Center, Corporate Business Leadership Center. I have a director there, Dr. Opio, he runs that for us. So those are some of the things that we have in the university, and we welcome Kenyans to join us.
All right, great. Now, I would like you to talk to Kenyans as you give us your parting shot. That's your camera. Talk to Kenyans and convince them why they need to come and study at PAC University.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all Kenyans who are already studying at PAC University, and not only Kenyans, although non-Kenyans who are studying at PAC University. This is a cosmopolitan place. It's a place where there are many nationalities. I invite them to study at PAC University because this is a place where you'll get value. This is a place where you'll get friendship. It's a place where you matter to us. You know, you matter to the university. We pursue every student to know how they are faring. We pursue every staff member to know how they are faring. And I welcome Kenyans. And I want to especially speak to parents who are looking for places for their children to study. I'm thinking of people who are having Form 4 leavers. We have a special program for Form 4 leavers for 3 months. Normally we run it from January to April. I call it the stepping stone before you go out to university. It is a place where we really mentor and work with young people after high school. So I encourage parents to consider PAC University for their young people, but I also encourage parents who are saying to themselves, I can be better. This is a place to be better. They can come to evening class. We have evening classes. We have day classes, and then we sometimes have Saturday classes. It can be here in Roysambu or in Valley Road. So karibu sana. We are passionate about building Kenya, but building Kenya with value and commitment. So come and join us. We will we will be very glad to participate with you and to train together. And I say train together because I'm a teacher, and I know when you're teaching, it is not just about the student learning. The teacher is constantly learning. So karibu sana.
Thank you so much. This is the Cosmopolitan University, where you not only get out of this place with a degree or maybe a diploma or even maybe a PhD, but you also get to learn about leadership skills. And not only that, your character will be developed. And of course, they care so much about the values and investing heavily on the students that are usually study at Pan African Christian University. This has been Frontline, and I have been your host, PK Wenjiro. Till next time, do have yourselves a lovely evening. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Many thanks for watching Parastatal TV. Now we are at the Hilton Hotel with the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece, that is His Excellency Mr. Dimitris Madas. Welcome to Kenya.
Thank you.
I would love to ask you, what was basically the purpose of your visit in the country?
We combined two main goals, I can say. The first was the participation to the 14th session of UNCAC, and the second was to realize a series of meetings with ministers of Kenya and to have interesting contacts and interesting discussions about topics of our interest. And during these meetings, 14 Greek businessmen followed us, and they had the opportunity to have direct contacts with the ministers. We have visited 4 ministries, and besides we have visited the Chamber of Kenya. And finally, we have delivered an invitation on behalf of our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kotsias, an invitation to your Foreign Minister, Ms. Mohammed, an invitation for Greece. And we have discussed with your Minister of Foreign Affairs 3 interesting topics which can be developed in the near future.
Probably if you can take us through, what are those 3 main topics that you discussed with?
There are 2 topics dealing with the sea, more or less, because you know that we have a huge experience in activities dealing with the sea, and another topic dealing with energy. And we can cooperate in energy sector because we have very interesting and specialized firms which are activated in energy in general, and mainly in renewable energy, which is of your main interest in the context of your energy policy.
Mm-hmm. And are we likely to see improved relations between the 2 countries with the delegation coming to the country?
We have very good political relations, so this is a very interesting background. Mm-hmm. And through these interesting political relations, we have to develop our trade relations, which are very poor, but however they can expand in the near future. That's why we try to develop our trade missions here, and Ms. Mohammed will visit Greece, probably accompanied by a number of entrepreneurs. So we are going to have a second trade mission in Greece, and all these missions in cooperation with our ministries can produce fruitful results in the context of increasing our trade relations.
Mm-hmm. And what are some of the goals probably that the delegation has been able to achieve?
Here, as you probably know, there are some Greek firms. They have installed in Kenya, and we have some other with us. We have with us another series of firms that they have the intention to develop trade relations in Kenya. And we don't focus our attention on specific sectors. There is a number of sectors that we can cooperate, because take into account that our trade relations are very poor. This means that we have many possibilities to expand our trade relations in in many areas.
Yes.
So we are interested in any kind of areas where we produce, we have a comparative advantage, we can export goods and services. And we have also discussed the possibilities of developing tourism
Yes.
mutually.
Mm-hmm.
This means that we have, as you know, a very interesting civilization,
Yes.
and you have a very interesting nature.
Mm-hmm.
So we can visit your nature, and you can visit
Visit
Greece, and just visiting areas which are related to the Asian Greece.
Okay. What would be your parting shot, or maybe your final words in regards to your visit?
I think I can say that we are satisfied. We are very satisfied because we have combined everything, and we have reached to see all ministers that we would like to see. Despite all the constraints dealing with this session of UN ECTAT, we had two interventions during this session. So besides, we would like to see a number of ministers, and we would like to assure the direct contacts between our businessmen and the ministers. Finally, I can say that we are satisfied.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Welcome back. This is Parastatal TV, the station that promotes the role of state corporation. I am PK Wanjiro and this is Frontline. Now, this lovely evening, I am with none other than Professor Margaret J. Muthui, who is the Vice Chancellor at PAC University, that is Pan-Africa University, Christian University rather. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Now, just before we went for the break, I remember you talked about sponsorships and of course you talked about the various courses that are available. But then again, I want us to take this deeper. What are your core values, and probably how has this helped shape up, especially in your clientele?
Thank you very much. The core values of PAC University and how it has shaped the business we do. PAC University practices, there are 4 things that are very important to us. When we are training our students, when we are engaging our students, I'll take the first one, is leadership. That sooner or later, everybody who has had some level of education, and even when you don't have education, sooner or later in our country, you find yourself in a situation where you need to provide leadership. So one of our core values is, one of our core areas is ensuring that every student receives a dose of leadership, preparedness for leadership. So that's something that we have across the curriculum, and it is attractive to people. Actually, I'm beginning to realize if we could package that for every program more than we are even offering, you know. But of course, it's usually challenging in the sense of how much can you teach of leadership while they still are taking the other courses. But that's something that we do very well. And another thing that we also we're passionate about as a university is that every student, as much as possible, must come out of here with an entrepreneuring mind. Yes. An entrepreneuring mind means learning to be a solutions giver, learning to see possibilities and taking advantage of the possibilities.
Yes.
So we train students on entrepreneuring mind. Almost all our students, I think all, take a dose of entrepreneuring because the world has changed. The world has changed. You don't finish school or university and then go get a job. Not anymore. It is likely that you'll spend a year, 2 years, sometimes even 3, still finding your level in life.
Yes.
And if you don't know how to look for food for that season, you'll starve. You'll be a burden to people. So we train people to say, what are the needs around us? And on and on. So there's a way the teachers sharpen our students on entrepreneuring. Okay? Another thing we really value is that, I said we really value, is values.
Yes.
We know that even when you are a first-class student, brainy, great, you cannot go very far without values. So we are not embarrassed about our values, the values we train students on: integrity, honesty, hard work, and all the values that are espoused in the Bible. We really believe those values in the Bible are for generation after generation after generation. We believe that they apply whether you are in Western world, in Africa, wherever. We believe that whether it's younger or older, if you embrace integrity, for example, you go far. You go far in life. If you embrace hard work, you go far in life. If you embrace humility, that's another great value that sometimes we lack. If you embrace it in your life, you go very far in life. So we train our students. All our students take a course called spiritual formation.
Okay.
Because there is no human being that will be formed well without spiritual impact or spiritual help. So we have that course and we teach it to all our students. And mind you, I don't just train Christians here. I have people even of other faiths.
Wow.
But that is a program that we do for all the students. We do know, we believe, we know that it really helps people to navigate and steer life better. God has helped us. I meet people who are training here and many years ago, and they say, oh, I learned this at PAC, I learned this at PAC. So we ensure that the Christians hold the same values as the university espouses, for them to be able to teach to the students, the younger people, and not really younger because some of the students are not young, but to the students. So those are the values that have taken us places, because more and more parents are realizing it's not so much about the degree. Actually, if you talk to a parent who has, let us say, the third child, you realize, hey, this thing called education is good. But education without values, education without taking care of the person so that the character is part and parcel of what goes on in this growth. Sooner, any parent who is raising a third child will tell you, I know, character is so important. Sometimes we overlook it when you are running with one child and you're thinking it's education and the qualification. No. I'm a parent of 4. 3 are grown-up children. And I tell you that without any hesitation. If you are raising young people, raise them to go for the very best in terms of profession, in terms of studying, in terms of levels of education, but work so hard on character as well. Because you combine the two in a human being, that person is dynamite. They go out to the world, they can take care of the people in society, they actually do what we call sometimes exploits. They do exploits for their nations, for their countries. And that's why sometimes when I say this, I'm so grateful for our government when I see some of our ministers doing exploits for this country. As a private university, we've benefited a lot from government. Let me tell you, in terms of support to be on quality education, support on quality assurance in our programs. There's a body called CUE. It has really worked with us. If there's a university that has benefited from CUE, it is this university. They visited us so many times, and we love their visits because they tell us, sharpen this, shape that, and we've been doing it, and it really helped us. Then come to the leadership of the central government. A lot of help we get from government. So we really appreciate the leadership, particularly currently. I can tell you we celebrate. Recently, I was observing something where there used to be a dichotomy, a sharp dichotomy between private universities and public. And sometimes to the extent where you feel there is a despise or disadvantage to private. And yet private universities are building the nation. These are entrepreneurs who are saying, I can provide education. I can join in and support this country to get education. But right now, that dichotomy is being it's being removed so that the government and the people of Kenya can work together. Whether you are in private, whether you are in public service, you're really serving our nation. It's the same people. It's the same people, taxpayers, our children, our families, our communities. So as Park Universities, we celebrate the support of our government. We celebrate even through Higher Loans Board. Now that our students get Higher Loans Board, we celebrate many things.
How do you measure your impact and some of the success stories probably that you can share with our viewers?
I really like that question because that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Yes.
If you don't make impact, it's like, why are you then in business? Why are you then in it? Bottom line, that is, how do you measure impact? Park University, we measure impact by tracing our students over time. Right now, just even in the meeting I've just come from, we were looking at the tracer studies. Tracing our students to say, the people who graduated on such an year, what are they doing in society? Who are they? Where are they?
Yes.
What impact are they doing? So that if you find a student that goes, some of them even going to philanthropy, some of them going to social work, some of them going to the pulpit, which is again training and helping people on issues of values, and on and on. Recently, I went to Canada in April, and I met 2 Canadians. I met actually several alumni of this university.
Yes.
2 of them really caught my attention. One was a Ugandan, one was a Ghanaian.
Yes.
The Ugandan married a Ugandan, and the Ugandan was also a student here. Then the Ghanaian married a Canadian. So, but they are now based in Canada.
Yes.
Just to hear what they are doing in Canada. And it's like, actually, what made me know them was the Canadians saying, there's something these 2 guys are doing that is so different. What they have done is, the Ghanaian started a church. He's a PhD holder. He's a thoroughly trained person. So he did not go into that because he lacked what to do. Yeah. But he's a PhD holder. He studied here, an undergraduate, and then went elsewhere, and he's a PhD holder. But he's running church in a way that is so admirable, the Canadians, that they're saying, we don't know what he's doing. He's attracting younger people to the church again, to listen and gain values in a context where the church could almost, in other contexts, it's looked down. So really impacting society like that, because what those people are doing is getting values again to society, mobilizing society to getting towards good, and on and on. So I'm saying that in terms of those who have trained in Bible and theology, those who have trained in counseling. I've told you about committee. Surely if counseling an inmate in committee, until by the time a year or two ends, let's say a year, they feel again they are gaining their dignity. Isn't that impact to society? Absolutely. If working with young people, the way we have a lot of programs with young people, is not impacting society, so we measure our impact by what the people are doing, not so much what money they are making. If they make money, that's good. Yeah. But it's really, what are some of the professions they go into? What are they doing with their lives? Are some of them giving themselves to society? Are they making a difference, making a change in society? If I name some of the people, Bishop Oginde, Dr. Oginde,
yes,
he trained here.
Wow.
And I think he's making an impact in leading a whole nation in the things he does through the church that he leads, or the organizations that he does.
Yes.
Think of the bishops of some of the churches like this Deliverance Church. We've quite a number that have trained here. And if that is not impacting society, and I think they are impacting society, think of others who are in business. We've just been talking about people like Monica Matiri a minute ago. Yeah, many people know about her. She trained here, and she says training here has made her a better worker and a leader where she is, a better worker. And surely if you are a better worker, I'm building the nation.
Even the employer is happy.
Yes, yes. So we are building, so making an impact. So we use such things to gauge whether we are making an impact. Another thing I use personally to gauge, if I find a good education, education that we are telling them, if you are not happy with what we can return your money. Okay. Yes, because we are committed to offering them quality. We are committed in helping people grow. Especially younger people. Really my personal passion, is to see a younger person enter the gate, stay for 3 years, and by the time they go, they are not only clever, mentally, but they are also wholesome in character. Yes, yes. When you see that combination, is powerful, very powerful.
Okay. Probably there's something else that I would like to find out. Apart from the courses that are offered here, is there probably any other facilities that are available within the campus?
Yes, thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, any university looks for sources of revenue for you to run to the university well.
Yes.
PAC is very fortunate. We have several avenues that we do that, but one of them is also meeting a need in society, providing guest houses. Right now you see where we are. It is right on the superhighway. It is a very nice campus and compound. So we have a guest house in the compound that can, at term time, I can take 40 people. Comfortable 40 people. During the holidays, when many students are not here, I may even push it to 100. So we actually can do conferences, we can do weekend events, soon we'll be doing weddings as well. We used to do weddings on this campus, just here, but because of the noise of weddings, we stopped it a bit, but now we have reorganized our space so that we can also do weddings again.
Excellent.
Yes, and so there are guest houses, and the price again, as Park University, we don't pitch ourselves very high, but we give you quality. Actually, a lot of people that use our facilities are also international people. So that's partly because of security. We have very good security. But let me mention another facility that we have. We do consultancy work.
Okay.
Because of the concentrated capacity that I have here with the lecturers, we do consultancy work of various kinds. So we have a consultancy arm. So if you're within the industry and you're wondering, I want a research on this, I want a survey on this, I want training on this, and especially in the areas of that we specialize in, like in aspects of business, aspects even of security. Now we are also doing security, consultancies in security and another aspect. So if there's people in industry there wanting people to do research for them, to do training for them, to do motivational talks for them, I have a pool. We have a wing called the CBL. That is, remind me, CBL is Business Leadership Center, Corporate Business Leadership Center. I have a director there, Dr. Opio. He runs that for us. So those are some of the things that we have in the university, and we welcome Kenyans to join us.
All right, great. Now, I would like you to talk to Kenyans as you give us your parting shot. That's your camera. Talk to Kenyans and convince them why they need to come and study at Park University.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all Kenyans who are already studying at Park University, and not only Kenyans, although non-Kenyans who are studying at Park University. This is a cosmopolitan place. It's a place where there are many nationalities. I invite them to study at Park University because this is a place where you'll get value. This is a place where you'll get friendship. It's a place where you matter to us. You know, you matter to the university. We pursue every student to know how they are faring. We pursue every staff member to know how they are faring. And I welcome Kenyans. And I want to especially speak to parents who are looking for places for their children to study. I'm thinking of people who are having Form 4 leavers. We have a special program for Form 4 leavers for 3 months. Normally we run it from January to April. I call it the stepping stone before you go out to university. It is a place where we really mentor and work with young people after high school. So I encourage parents to consider Park University for their young people, but I also encourage parents who are saying to themselves, I can be better. This is a place to be better. They can come to evening class. We have evening classes. We have day classes, and we sometimes have Saturday classes. It can be here in Roysambu or in Valley Road. So karibu sana. We are passionate about building Kenya, but building Kenya with value and commitment. So come and join us. We will be very glad to participate with you and to train together. And I say train together because I'm a teacher, and I know when you are teaching, it is not just about the student learning. The teacher is constantly learning. So karibu sana.
Thank you so much. This is the Cosmopolitan University, where you not only get out of this place with a degree or maybe a diploma or even maybe a PhD, but you also get to learn about leadership skills. And not only that, your character will be developed. And of course, they care so much about the values and investing heavily on the students that are usually study at Pan African Christian University. This has been Frontline, and I have been your host, PK Wenjiro. Till next time, do have yourselves a lovely evening. Many thanks for joining us on Parastatal TV. I am your host, Paul K. Wenjiro, and this is Frontline. Now today we talk about the Tourism Finance Corporation. Now this is the organization that has a mandate of facilitating and also providing affordable development, funding and advisory services. We are talking about long-term investments in the tourism industry. Now today I am privileged to host the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Orumoi T. Jonah, who before his appointment earlier this year was the head of finance and ICT at the Kenya Tourism Board. Now at KTB, he was charged with directing and also financing and ICT teams, business operations, and of course strategic decisions, financing, planning, analysis, corporate systems, and management of the years in financial management system. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jonah T. Orumoi. How are you, sir?
Absolutely fine. Thank you very much for the detailed introduction.
I'm so honored and privileged to be having you. Now, how would you describe yourself, probably for a person who's getting to hear about you for the first time?
Well, I'll actually say I'm more a person who's, I'm actually more someone who's actually outgoing, and I'm a leader who's out there to actually bring the better out of people, trying to find solutions for things, trying to work with people to actually create strong teams. I think I'll say I'm more a people's person and a people's leader in terms of exactly what I do, and basically in my field of finance and management.
Now, you've slightly been at TFC for well over 2 months now.
Yes.
According to you, I'm sure leadership mostly is all about return on investment. So tell us how your
sector. Whilst it's not been performing because of other areas, we also need to change as TFC, look at what model do we need to start funding. Because if you look over the so many years, we've actually started funding hotels, and building a lot of hotels, bringing new chains into the country. So you have the Radisson Blues coming on board, we have the Kepiskins who have come on board. Now, where do we go from that? It's not just about hotels. It's about recreation facilities. It's about reducing poverty. Tourism is about reducing poverty. Because when you look at it, all the national parks, they're within more or less communities. So how do you actually make tourism become the actual wheel that actually turns around the economy, at the same time turns the livelihood of people? So that is something that, as we keep on going right now and looking forward, is something that we are actually putting a lot of effort into that to be able to achieve that. And we believe that with extremely good support from government and from a ministry which is there for us, we should be able to provide very, very marketable solutions, which not only will be for the private sector, it will also be for the communities who, we, as you well know, Kenya relies heavily on tourism, and the communities that are there are central to that. So how do we actually have a package that at the same time drives that? And our solution is very simple. We will have to find also partners abroad who are willing to work with us. At the same time as we get concessional loans, work with these partners to actually drive an economic model for communities which actually need to benefit from tourism.
You've just mentioned that you have a couple of investments, innovative investments that have been financed by TFC. Yes. But you understand very well that TFC is not the only financing institution in the tourism industry. So I'd like to know, and maybe for those of us who are watching us from home, what makes TFC unique?
I think something about TFC which is really different from, be it the banks that you see out there or any other institution, is TFC, as we speak itself, with its mandate being a developing financial institution, is the second one in Africa. So it is the second one. The only place that we actually have such an institution again is South Africa, which has actually been able to work to develop the area. So we have a model that can actually make the sector actually grow. So it's an institution at the pillar of tourism itself. And in addition to that, we keep on offering the mortgages, the loans to the companies and the rest, you will find that, for example, our rates are very competitive. They're not like a bank. If you actually go to a bank now and you're a hotelier and you say you want to borrow a loan, they will tell you 21% to actually build your property. But what about tourism? Tourism is a very fragile industry, because it has to deal with perceptions. Yes. So you will find that banks actually rate tourism as a risk product to them, because by the time you build a hotel, by the time you complete the return on investment takes quite a while, about 7 years, 8 years. Yes. So with that, very few banks will actually take it up quickly because they know it's a risk element. So how do we come in? We come in and offer it at about 9 to 10%, and that is a rate that we are currently offering with those loans that we actually have to provide. So we actually bridge that gap throughout the sector and actually make people come on board. And we actually basically fund anything that will actually make anybody enjoy Kenya, from a small pub on the corner all the way to a Kempiski on the corner. We actually work with that, and those who we see the investment is very large, we also talk to them and find incentives in government to actually drive them, and we bring other partners on board. For example, TRA, we bring them on board to assist in the classification process when we're building the hotels. So even if they need letters to be written, for example, if they're importing hotel equipment, we actually in the fixtures and fittings for hotels. We also provide that support by working with the parent ministry to actually facilitate that investor from the beginning to the moment they actually open their doors. And as you well know, you know about Kenya Tourism Board. We have to work with them Because once we build the hotels, we have to sell that package to Kenya Tourism Board to actually start selling it. So it's a whole, as you can actually see, the sector itself and the ministry itself has actually been designed in a way that all these institutions are all interconnected in terms of what they actually do to the sector. And we are the only one ministry to say that is well connected like that. I don't think you can give me an example which is well connected like that.
Yes, I agree. I'm sure you'll also agree with me. When you're in business, one of the greatest risks that you can take in business is not to take a risk itself. So I'll want to find out what are some of the risks that you're currently undertaking to push the institution to new frontiers in terms of partnerships, in terms of market share.
Yes, many of the things which we are coming up now, as people might look at, for example, county governments, is something for us. We don't term it as a risk, but an opportunity, because at the same time, with devolution comes with opportunities, and it come opportunities on sectors, especially on tourism, which were never before actually exposed. I can give you a very good example. When our minister went to open up Rimoi National Park, when you go to that section of Kenya, it wasn't that much developed. But with county government being on board, it's a risk we are taking as TFC to actually start investing in new areas that before were not actually so-called economic viable. And through that is it when that will actually build up a very good economic model for all the counties.
Okay. So you're closely working with the county governments as well?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Which are some of the counties probably that you're working closely with?
The main counties that we've actually, which we were also part of meeting them, having meetings with them, one of them is Narok County is one of them, and we also have Mombasa County is another one. We've just been having discussion just the other day with Nakuru County on exactly what needs to be done to actually move Nakuru. As you well know, Nakuru has really grown over the few years, yes. And very soon it will be actually a very big model of economy with all the industries and the agriculture sector that is growing there. So how can tourism actually be actually a key pillar for that? And we've actually met with them, and there's a few things we're working on to be able to build that. And also other areas that we are also opening up, or we've been a little bit also risky, is also going back to the financial sector, trying to talk to people. What products, for example, insurance companies, are you offering to the tourism stakeholders? Can we find a model of working that you actually provide an incentive working with us to provide affordable insurance for companies? Because you will actually see tourism plays a very key role in everyone's business. Today you had lunch, you never had it at home, you had it in a hotel in town. Sure. But he's actually paying insurance to run that business. So how can we create a model also with the insurance company and the financial sector per se to be able to create a good working ground and a good incentive? Another big area obviously is Nairobi County. Nairobi itself as a city has a lot of opportunities. It is where there's a lot of interaction both for the domestic and also for the international visitors. And so we're working with them to find a way, what do we need to invest in? And also other partners, especially PERAC is one of them, who we need to work with them to actually come up with solutions. How do we actually make the nightlife in Nairobi much better and fund opportunities and also recreation facilities in Nairobi?
Okay. I have to commend you. I've been in the institution for only 2 months. Yes. Let's talk about sustainability, because at the moment you're really doing good, but I would want to know what's your plan maybe for the next 5 or 10 years? What kind of institution would you want to see?
I want to see a green institution. I think green is something that we need to build now. Yes. Kenya, since or before independence, has been known to be a green economy. Saying that is the wildlife and everything there has actually been looked at in Kenya. Even what the President just did last week on banning the ivory, conservation is something. And also just to say, for example, what the Energy Regulation Act has come on board, especially on the hospitality sector, requiring them to use, to do the water heating with solar energy and the rest. I think that is something we need to look at. And we want actually, during my time, I actually said, as we go on, especially where people have no access to electricity, especially tourism stakeholders who are running their hotels with the diesel engines and the rest, can we find a solution for them which is green, which will actually make sure that whilst they are in the middle of the national park, it's also a green facility. So ecotourism is something which we really need to build in. Another sustainable model is, as you well know, we need to build local brands. We can say one big brand in Kenya which is growing really fast is, for example, Tamarind. Yeah, Hemingway's. You see, they're actually brands which are growing. How can we actually have a Kenyan brand? And we need to work that when we're working closely with Brand Kenya on that, to actually make sure that as we think, because you will see that as an economy or tourism destination grows, bringing international brands is very key. We have now Radisson Blu, we have the Kempinskis, we have the Serenas. Now, how do we go now to the middle class and also bring brands and also make local brands that can be associated with Kenya?
Looking at the future, as we get to a conclusion, when you look at the future, the strategic plan, what's the outlook of the company? Probably, is your company built to last?
This company has been here since 1965. I think it's supposed to last as long as Kenya lasts.
Yes.
And we intend to develop a very big funding portfolio, which we are working with.
Yes.
And a very big credit line, which will actually feed the tourism sector. And we need to feed this sector to be so resilient. And resilience not only comes out with building hotels, it comes with building recreational facilities, it comes with building cable cars, it comes with building state-of-the-art convention centers. So how do we make sure that the hotels in Mombasa have something else to run to other than tourism? How do we actually make the domestic market actually go to Mombasa? Even marinas, for example, affordable marinas is something which we need to think about. Cruise, the cruise ships drives. That is something, it's not there in Kenya. There's no way that someone will actually enter a boat from Nyali and travel all the way to the other side of Ukunda and come back. Can we actually develop something for that and bring investors on board? That is one key thing, as I was earlier saying. One of the other things that we as tourism finance are supposed to do is provide investment opportunities for both locals and internationals. And very soon we'll start offering those opportunities that come out, that you'll find someone else will come up and say, I want to make a cruise itinerary just for Mombasa, maybe for dinners. So when someone actually sits there, instead of seeing Portuguese just inside on the island, you can actually see it as you go around Mombasa to actually see all the features of Mombasa. So that is something that will keep on building up, and we believe those are the things which will make this institution drive, because this institution is driven by the private sector and the community. So as long as we continue preserving the community on one side and be a very key institution in trying to build a strong community development approach through SMEs and the rest, hence reducing poverty to those communities, then conservation will work. And on the other hand, we have the private stakeholder, we have the investor, who's willing to actually put his money in the sector because he has confidence on how the sector has been performing. So that is a merge that we actually want to build in together, because it's all interlinked together. We are lucky that we are actually fortunate that many of the counties have come together, and we are working with them very closely.
Yes.
And they actually affirmed that during the devolution conference, to be able to drive tourism. As you well know, Kenya, predominantly every businessman, the started gauge railway will really change Kenya.
Yes.
It is a project which the government has really done a very big stride for Kenya. It will actually change the face of Kenya. It will change the dynamics of tourism in Kenya. This is the first time, even if it will be going at 80 kilometers an hour, someone can actually be able to be in Nairobi in the morning and in the next 4 hours be in Mombasa, but have actually seen the whole landscape in a matter of 4 hours. And with that, it opens two ways: opportunities of people to actually see what's out there, and on the road network. When you actually look at the whole standard gauge railway on the road network, there are stops. So those stops will be actually outlets which we want to capitalize on them on tourism, so that by the time those outlets are actually formed out, people can actually come out, for example, go to Savo National Park. You go to Savo East, or you can go to Savo West. And also the main stations in Nairobi and Mombasa will be very central for us, because we want that tourism feel. Even for the local person, as you wait for your train, you need actually to enjoy the products in Nairobi and the companies in Nairobi that can actually offer you a proper feel of how you can actually be able to benefit from tourism. So that all of that will come together with tourism opportunities and tourism information centers, and that is the arm that we're going to actually work on.
Excellent. Now, in conclusion, I would want you to look at that camera. This is your camera, and talk to Kenyans and tell them what they should expect from you as the new boss of the Tourism Finance Corporation.
Kenyans need to come and work with us. This is an only avenue in East and Central Africa that can actually be able to give you, as a Kenyan investor, individual, a community-based project, an opportunity to actually develop tourism agenda in Kenya. So we look forward to coming with you, to working with you. Our doors are open. Come to us. We'll offer you advice. We'll offer you loans. And we'll actually work with you on the journey to actually change the tourism sector.
Right now, that's the boss, that's the CEO of the Tourism Finance Corporation, Mr. Jonah T. Orumoi. And he has said, if you have an idea, if maybe you have a business plan in regards to tourism and how it can improve tourism in this country, the doors are open, you need to come in. And of course, you can find more information on their website, which is www.tourismfinance.go.ke. This has been Frontline for Parastatal TV. I am PK Wanjiru.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Many thanks for watching Parastatal TV. Now we are at the Hilton Hotel with the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece, that is His Excellency Mr. Dimitris Madas. Welcome to Kenya.
Thank you.
I would love to ask you, what was basically the purpose of your visit in the country?
We combined two main goals, I can say. The first was the participation to the 14th session of UNCAC, and the second was to realize a series of meetings with ministers of Kenya and to have interesting contacts and interesting discussions about topics of our interest. And during these meetings, 14 Greek businessmen followed us, and they had the opportunity to have direct contacts with the ministers. We have visited 4 ministries, and besides we have visited the Chamber of Kenya. And finally, we have delivered an invitation on behalf of our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kotsias, an invitation to your Foreign Minister, Ms. Mohammed, an invitation for Greece. And we have discussed with your Minister of Foreign Affairs 3 interesting topics which can be developed in the near future.
Probably if you can take us through, what are those 3 main topics that you discussed with?
There are 2 topics dealing with the sea, more or less, because you know that we have a huge experience in activities dealing with the sea, and another topic dealing with energy. And we can cooperate in energy sector because we have very interesting and specialized firms which are activated in energy in general, and mainly in renewable energy, which is of your main interest in the context of your energy policy.
Mm-hmm. And are we likely to see improved relations between the 2 countries with the delegation coming to the country?
We have very good political relations, so this is a very interesting background. Mm-hmm. And through these interesting political relations, we have to develop our trade relations, which are very poor, but however they can expand in the near future. That's why we try to develop our trade missions here, and Ms. Mohammed will visit Greece, probably accompanied by a number of entrepreneurs. So we are going to have a second trade mission in Greece, and all these missions in cooperation with our ministries can produce fruitful results in the context of increasing our trade relations.
And what are some of the goals probably that the delegation has been able to achieve?
Here, as you probably know, there are some Greek firms. They have installed in Kenya, and we have some other with us. We have with us another series of firms that they have the intention to develop trade relations in Kenya. And we don't focus our attention on specific sectors. There is a number of sectors that we can cooperate, because take into account that our trade relations are very poor. This means that we have many possibilities to expand our trade relations in many areas.
Yes.
So we are interested in any kind of areas where we produce, we have a comparative advantage, we can export goods and services. And we have also discussed the possibilities of developing tourism mutually. This means that we have, as you know, a very interesting civilization, and you have a very interesting nature. So we can visit your nature, and you can visit Greece, and just visiting areas which are related to the Asian Greece.
Okay. What would be your parting shot, or maybe your final words in regards to your visit?
I think I can say that we are satisfied. We are very satisfied, because we have combined everything, and we have reached to see all ministers that we would like to see. Despite, all the constraints dealing with this session of UN ECTAT, we had two interventions during this session. So besides, we would like to see a number of ministers, and we would like to assure the direct contacts between our businessmen and the ministers. Finally, I can say that we are satisfied.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Hello and welcome to the all-new Raw to Refined, a show where we bring you different manufacturers as they take us step by step through the process of raw materials to the finished products. I am Mogore Kamau. Now today we are at Alive and Kicking along Mombasa Road, an organization that makes durable balls in Africa as well as print them. And with me I have Mr. Francis, who is going to take us through the various steps of coming up with a ball. But before that, could you kindly give us the brief history of Alive and Kicking?
It was started here back in 2004 with the aim of creating employment and creating awareness of deadly diseases like HIV, AIDS and malaria. Before you get the ball in the field, it has to go some processes. The processes include, we have the cutting process, we have the sorting process, we have the printing process, and then we have the stitching center where the stitching goes on. Since our balls are made of leather, we get the leather from the leather industries of Kenya. The batches you are seeing here, they are from leather industries of Kenya. I've just picked one to show you that this is real leather. We have coated with our PPC foil. This prevents it from absorbing water during rains. The in-between thing is the leather. And at the back we have the canvas. The canvas protects the ball from stretching when it is being frayed. The guys you are seeing here, they do the cutting. First guy here cuts the pentagons, and then the guy there cuts the hexagons. Our ball is a composition of 32 panels, which comprises of 12 pentagons and 20 hexagons. This is now the sorting section. These two guys you see here, they sort the good ones and they separate the bad ones. This one cannot pass that quality. It is put aside. This is one complete ball. We call it a panel set. 12 pentagons and 20 hexagons. So from this section, we go to the printing section. After they are done here, they give them to the printing section.
Okay, hold on. Before we go there, what happens to the ones that have not been cut properly?
Okay, what happens to panels like this? We cut the smaller sizes. We have size 1. We don't throw this one away. We go ahead and cut size 1 football. So we don't throw them away. They are still useful. This is now the printing section. We print for everybody. Maybe a client, 1 or 2, corporates, CBOs, individuals, and even birthday names, you do print them. Like you can see here, we have an order for Isuzu. We are making 1,000 balls for them. We have an order for my size. You can see, order more than 2,000 balls. So from the printing section, the balls are now taken to the stitching center, where they are now stitching to a fully ball, where the ball is ready to go to the field and be played. After a stitcher picks the ball from the issuing table, what happens is he comes to the table and they stitch into halves. One half 16 and the other half 16. They join the two halves together. After joining, they stitch all the way around until they leave a gap where they'll turn outside inside. After that, they affix the tube inside. This is the tube, and then we use the latex as the adhesive. From there, they stitch until the tube is pulling it gently to avoid zigzags on the ball. And it makes that the stitches are so tight so that when it's blown, the stitches are not out. The ball is tightly stitched. It's airtight. It's now trying to remove the needle, the final stitch.
The thread that they use to stitch with, what is it made of?
Polycotton. They rub it with wax. These are bill wax. Wax from the bees. They rub it all the way to make it more firm for its entrance into the hole as they are stitching. So here it is. This is a fully finished ball. It's ready to be inflated. We weigh it and to see whether it meets the FIFA specifications. We have to be very careful on the pressure inside because we are supposed to put in 8 to 10 psi, and we have the gauge here where we measure the pressure, and from there.
Many thanks for watching Parastatal TV. Now we are at the Hilton Hotel with the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece, that is His Excellency Mr. Dimitris Amadas.
So I'm
welcome to Kenya.
Circumference, yeah.
Thank you.
I'd love to ask you, what was basically the purpose of your visit in the country?
We combined two main goals. I can say. The first was the
68.5 to 71. So this is 70. So it is within the FIFA specifications of circumference. A size 5 ball should weigh between 306 grams to 450. And you see here, this is within. This is 448 grams. So this has passed the FIFA specifications. Well, after we pump the balls, we allow them to stay for overnight into these racks here. The reason why we do that is we want to ascertain the quality of the tube. Whether the tube is leaking, we remove it the following day and then we replace it with another one. So the main purpose of allowing the ball to stay on the rack for 12 hours or more is to ascertain the quality of the tube. Nothing much. If it has a problem, we know the following morning. Because this ball is now fully pumped. In the morning, if you find it has reduced the pressure, you know the tube is not good. You replace it. Maybe the valve has a problem, we replace it and we put a new one. And also you allow that one to stay for 24 hours until that ball does not lose air. That's now when we know the tube is good. After we ascertain the quality of the tubes, now this man here cleans the balls. In cleaning, we have a chemical we call Vaso. Vaso is a cleaning agent which makes the balls look very clean, very nice and very bright. Now he has put the pin, it's now deflating the ball. When it comes flat, he puts them into these polyethylene bags and then they are put into these sacks, whereby each sack carries 30 football size 5s. This is now the final process. After the ball are being deflated, they are stored into this sack. This sack carries 30 pieces of size 5. Now what it's doing now is packing the balls, ready to go to the market. We also have stocks here, waiting for clients or customers like you to come and buy. If you buy one, you'll have made a difference to the child outside there. You'll grow also our talents. A size 1 ball goes for 900 Kenya shillings, as well as size 2. Size 3 goes for 1,100. Size 4 and size 5 netballs and volleyballs, they go for 1,750 Kenya shillings.
As you catch it, as you hold it, as you bounce it, as well as you bat it, you now understand how it is made. It has been raw to refined with me, Mogore Kamau. Until next time, keep it Parastatal TV and God bless you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Many thanks for joining us. You are definitely watching Parastatal TV, the station that promotes the role of state corporation. This is Frontline and I am your host PK Wanjiru. Now this lovely evening, we are privileged to be hosting none other than the Vice Chancellor of Pan-African Christian University, Margaret J. Muthui. Good evening.
Good evening.
Basically, introduce us to Pan-African Christian University for somebody who's getting to watch this for the first time.
Okay, thank you very much. Pan-Africa Christian University, yes. Actually it's without the N. Pan-Africa Christian University, yes. Is popularly known as PAC University, just standing for the acronyms PA and C, Pan-Africa Christian University. This is a university that is chartered. Chartered meaning it has got the authorization to offer higher education in Kenya. We are chartered by CUE, Commission for University Education. We were chartered in 2008. And some people may think that's the beginning of Pan-Africa Christian University. No, no, no. Pan-Africa Christian University existed about 36, 37 years ago. Okay. And what surprised me about this university when I got to know about it is that from day one, they were offering degrees. It did not start with diploma and then graduate to degrees. No, it always offered degrees. Actually, the diplomas we offer now started only just the other day. Otherwise, it has been offering degrees. It started offering degrees in Bible and theology. And it's been doing that, preparing church leaders. Actually, some of the leading church leaders in this nation trained here. And we could name quite a number, but quite a number of those who trained here, because it was Pan-Africa, it trained for quite other countries in Africa. So it started with Bible and theology, also translation, Bible translation. It did it for quite a while. And then it started desiring to prepare people, not because, again, you know, these are Christian universities, so initially it was, the idea was you train people for the church. But sooner or later you discover the church is not just preaching in a pulpit. It is the whole spectrum of society. So other courses were introduced. Some of the first that were introduced was counseling.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Many thanks for watching Parastatal TV. Now we are at the Hilton Hotel with the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece, that is His Excellency Mr. Dimitris Madas. Welcome to Kenya.
Thank you.
I would love to ask you, what was basically the purpose of your visit in the country?
We combined two main goals, I can say. The first was the participation to the 14th session of UNCAC, and the second was to realize a series of meetings with ministers of Kenya, and to have interesting contacts and interesting discussions about topics of our interest. And during these meetings, 14 Greek businessmen followed us, and they had the opportunity to have direct contacts with the ministers. We have visited 4 ministries, and besides we have visited the Chamber of Kenya. And finally, we have delivered an invitation on behalf of our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kotsias, an invitation to your Foreign Minister, Ms. Mohammed, an invitation for Greece. And we have discussed with your Minister of Foreign Affairs 3 interesting topics which can be developed in the near future.
Probably if you can take us through what are those 3 main topics that you discussed with
there are 2 topics dealing with the sea, more or less, because you know that we have a huge experience in activities dealing with the sea, and another topic dealing with energy. And we can cooperate in energy sector because we have very interesting and specialized firms which are activated in energy in general and mainly in renewable energy, which is of your main interest in the context of your energy policy.
And are we likely to see improved relations between the 2 countries with the delegation coming to the country?
We have very good political relations, so this is a very interesting background. And through these interesting political relations, we have to develop our trade relations, which are very poor, but however they can expand in the near future. That's why we try to develop our trade missions here, and Ms. Mohammed will visit Greece, probably accompanied by a number of entrepreneurs. So we are going to have a second trade mission in Greece, and all these missions in cooperation with our ministries can produce fruitful results in the context of increasing our trade relations.
And what are some of the goals probably that the delegation has been able to achieve?
Here, as you probably know, there are some Greek firms. They have installed in Kenya, and we have some other with us. We have with us another series of firms that they have the intention to develop trade relations in Kenya. And we don't focus our attention on specific sectors. There is a number of sectors that we can cooperate, because take into account that our trade relations are very poor. This means that we have many possibilities to expand our trade relations in many areas. So we are interested in any kind of areas where we produce, we have a comparative advantage, we can export goods and services. And we have also discussed the possibilities of developing tourism mutually. This means that we have, as you know, a very interesting civilization, and you have a very interesting nature. So we can visit your nature, and you can visit Greece, and just visiting areas which are related to the Asian Greece.
Okay. What would be your parting shot, or maybe your final words in regards to your visit?
I think I can say that you are satisfied. You are very satisfied because we have combined everything, and we have reached to see all ministers that you would like to see. Despite, you know, all the constraints dealing with this session of UN ECTAT, we had 2 interventions during this session. So besides, we would like to see a number of ministers, and we would like to assure the direct contacts between our businessmen and the ministers. Finally, I can say that we are satisfied.
Are you a business person? Where would you like your business to be in the next 5 years? Well, you don't have to wait for 5 years. Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is now giving you a platform that will make this a reality by giving you affordable rates with an already wide viewership.
Call us now on 020 44 000 77 or 0791 799 998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights. The Kenyatta National Hospital in Nairobi is the oldest hospital in Kenya. It is currently the largest referral and teaching hospital in the country. The hospital undertakes an annual project that has affected hundreds of young children in the country, the hernia project. A hernia is the protrusion of organs such as intestines through a weakened section of the abdominal wall. If left untreated, the split in the muscle widens and greater amounts of tissue or organs are pushed through the opening, forming a sac. This visible lump or bulge is one of the key characteristics of a hernia. And so, we decided to have a first-hand experience of the project. For a start, we had to go through the children's ward where we met baby Brandon, who was just about to be operated on. So I am currently at the Kenyatta National Hospital Children's Ward with Mama Brandon, and this is baby Brandon, who in just a few minutes will be going to the operation room. It's all about the hernia project 2016, which is an annual project done by the Kenyatta National Hospital.
It was around 2014. Ndio nikaanza kunotice there is something amiss. Nikimwangalia naona kuna kitu haiko normal. That's when I went to a hospital and the doctor mwenye nilipata huko directed me to Kenyatta. Then I started coming here to Kenyatta. That's when I found the doctor and said that he had the undecided testicles and it must be done an operation. I started coming here at last year January. He was diagnosed. Then that's when the doctors said that he was to go to the theater on December, but he didn't go because it was on a Christmas Eve. Then it was postponed to March. Then when I came to March, it was then when the doctor said there was this project hernia that was to be done on April, and I have to come on that time. Then when I came on that April, the project was there and I was on the list to go to the theater.
Step 2. We set out to the operation room, which was quite an experience for us, since the last time I was in the theater I was a patient, but this time I was here for the story. We are now at the Kenyatta National Hospital at the operation room, or better known to you as the theater, where two kids are currently going through the operation of the hernia project. We are going to be speaking to the doctor just to give us an insight on what the hernia project is all about.
Hernia project usually has two components. That's the hernia of the groin and the hernia of the umbilicus. Hernia of the groin is the most common, and it usually involves part of the visceral part of the abdominal contents protruding into the groin. It's very common, especially in boys and also in girls, but the ratio of boys to girls is usually between 9 to 1. It's more commoner in children who have been born before time, those who we call prematures, and those ones, it can actually occur both sides. The complaints is usually a child, either the intestines or part of the abdominal content, when they go into the groin, there's occlusion of blood supply and the child will complain of pain. Most of the times it is able to just return back to the abdomen by itself, but other times you have to manipulate it back. Now there are fewer cases where those abdominal content do not return. And if they don't return and there's no blood supply to them, then they may die off if that hernia is obstructed and it stays for a longer time. So those ones then present as emergencies who need surgery within the next 1 to 2 hours. This project was actually started because the numbers of such cases is too big and there are very few pediatric surgical centers in the country. Apart from Kenyatta, you remember the next one is in MTRH, that is Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and the one in Kijabe. So those are the three main centers. So the numbers that we have recruited, they are above 100, and we could only be doing like 5 in a week. You see, that would require so many weeks to complete, and yet these are urgent surgeries. So we decided to be consolidating all those cases so that one complete week we are just doing the hernia cases. We usually plan around 70 cases per year. This same for this year, our target is 72 children. So far we are almost hitting that target. By today we'll have done 54. So by tomorrow we could complete that number. There are only 3 main centers that do pediatric surgery. So most of the children from other counties are referred here, and these cases are too many. So because of the numbers and because of the urgency of those conditions, we decided to be having a week where we perhaps call everyone and ensure we have many tables, and we consolidate all those cases to just reduce the waiting time. Usually for every theater day, the selection criteria for that day is age. You start with the youngest and you finish with the eldest. In terms of feeding, a very young one cannot stay without food for many hours as opposed to a much older child. So we usually use the age as the criteria. Yes, that is for elective. For emergency, whoever is obstructed goes in first. We have 2 teams of anesthetists, so we are counting around 10 anesthetists. Then we have 15 surgeons, and we have another count of 15 nurses per day. Then we have what you call anesthetist assistants. We have what you call others. It's a big one because we need people who will carry those children from the wards to theater, the porters, security, the nurses in the ward. All you know, you have a team of 50 personnel for each project, 50 per year. The project is free, so long as you have NHIF, because the NHIF pays. But if you don't have NHIF, then it's costly. The cost is between 30 and 40,000. So the safest route is every parent to ensure they have NHIF, because if you have that, everything is free.
Next up, we were back at the children's ward where we met Mary Wamboi, also known as Mama Victor. Baby Victor had just been operated on 2 days ago and was ready to be discharged. But first, we had to find out how exactly did she find out about the disease.
Nili notice side moja ya testis inafula on light. After nili find out, nilienda kwa hospitali. Daktari ananiambia maybe akifikisha 3 years itakuwa sawa. Nikaenda hospitali ingine, nikatumwa na daktari Kenyatta, nikaanza clinic, nikabukiwa operation, ilikuwa mwezi wa 8 tarehe 8. Later nikapigwa simu, nikaambiwa kuna project ya hernia nikuje. Sasa ndio tukapewa tarehe ya kukuja, tukakuja on Tuesday, akafanyiwa operation jana. Vile alikuwa na hiyo nini ya side moja ilikuwa inafura wakati anacheka ama analia, lakini wakati amerelax iko sawa. Lakini sasa ninaona hata akicheza iko na different. Ukiona mtoto wako maybe amefura pahali, usipuuze, lazima ukonsult daktari, sababu inaweza kuwa shida umenyamazia tu, akuwe mkubwa urealize baadaye mletee shida. I would like to say thank you to all Kenyatta doctor, nurses wenye wamehusika na hii project. We thank them sababu wametusaidia sana.
All the 72 operations this year were successful, and we are looking forward to next year when the next hernia project will be on, and as Parastatal TV, we shall definitely be there to update you. For Parastatal TV, I am PK Wanjiro. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Many thanks for joining us. You're definitely watching Parastatal TV, the station that promotes the role of state corporation, and I am your host, PK Wanjiro. This is Frontline. Today we are privileged to be hosting the Chief Executive Officer of Mentor Sacco. Now, Mentor Sacco Society Limited is a modern, fast-growing financial institution in the country. It was established way back in 1977 as Murang'a Teachers Savings and Credit Society. Now, initially, it was basically to serve teachers in Murang'a district, but the membership has, however, been diversified to include other areas as well. To help us understand better about Mentor Sacco Society is none other than Mr. Charles A.K. Irongo, who is the Chief Executive Officer. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Let's begin by first introducing to our viewers who is Mentor Sacco Society Limited.
Mentor Sacco Society is a savings and credit cooperative society based in Murang'a town, serving members in the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
And as you are very much aware, currently we are serving teachers and members from other departments within Murang'a and within the Republic of Kenya. Yes.
All right. What prompted you probably to enter in your line of business?
Initially, our organization was a teacher-based organization, and it was only offering services of savings.
Yes.
But thereafter, due to competition in the world, we decided to be offering our members simple financial services. And that is now when the organization was started the back office, the front office. So now we are offering services in the back office and in the front office. Yes, yeah, yes.
All right, and probably what services are offered in the SACCO that makes it unique?
One of the most important services which we offer to our members is the loaning, that is offering them credit facilities.
Yes.
Then we also encourage them to accumulate their savings, mobilize their savings, that is.
And probably what are the benefits? For instance, somebody who's watching and they might be interested in joining the SACCO, what are some of the benefits?
Okay, once they accumulate their savings, at the end of the year, or after our financial year, we offer them very high returns, that is dividends and interest on their savings. At the same time, once they accumulate their savings, we offer them credit facilities at a lower interest compared to other financial institutions. Yes.
What's probably, if you can give us the figures, what's your interest rate?
Our interest rate is at least 6.5% per annum.
Okay.
Yes.
And probably you say that you give your members very high dividends. Can you give us probably the numbers? What's the highest dividends that you've probably paid out before?
In fact, in 2015, in the year 2015, we managed to pay a category of Mazao shares at a rate of 13.7%.
Wow. That's 13.7%. So why is it important for the public to bank with Mentor Sacco? Because I understand there are so many other SACCOs out there. Why is it important? Probably, how can you convince me to join Mentor Sacco?
Okay, the reason why you should convince you to join Mentor Sacco is that once you join Mentor Sacco, we are able to understand your financial problems, and we can be able to advise you even where to invest, and also how to handle your finances. So people from different categories, that is the business community, the civil servants, we are able to advise them very well how to handle their finances. And with that one, they are able to handle their problems. For example, they are able to invest. They are able to educate their children. They are also able to handle any financial institution which come across in their day-to-day life. Yes.
And probably how much should somebody, maybe a client who's interested, what's the minimum that that is required to be contributed, probably monthly?
We start with at least only 500 shillings. If one is able to raise 500 shillings a month, we can be able to accommodate him or her, and we continue with that trade. Yes.
And I would also want to know, because you say that you give out loans. Yes. Supposedly, I joined today. Yeah. After how long am I qualified to access a loan from your facility?
It depends with the customer, the need of the customer, because maybe you can even join Mentor today, but depending with the transactions you are handling. For example, a business person.
Yes.
One might be in need of money, maybe to promote the business or to improve the business status. So once we understand the operations of that person, we can be able to loan him or her. Okay. Yeah, provided we have researched and also seen that that person is in a position of repaying that loan. Yes.
And what if they default? What are the consequences? Probably, has that happened before?
Actually, for the defaulters, we try to first of all start loaning a person with at least a low amount of money, not the huge amount of money, because you see people get excited when they get huge amounts of money.
Yes.
So when one is repaying that loan, we are able to understand the character of that person. Yes. Yeah, so we can be able to know the financial discipline of that customer. Yes, and with the time we continue advising the person. So after that, we keep on adding the amount of money which one can be loaned. Yeah. So first of all, the most important thing is to understand the customer.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'll want to know what's your measuring stick in terms of financial discipline. How are you able to weigh that? Is it in terms of the frequency of withdrawing?
Yeah, one of the most important thing is one, you get the transactions from that customer, the deposits, the withdrawals. With that one, you can tell the character of a person as far as finances are concerned. And at the same time, the frequency of borrowing.
Okay.
Yes.
And what's the maximum of repaying a loan? Supposedly, I qualify for a loan, or does it depend with the agreement that I have with your institution?
We have loans or credit facilities starting from 6 months to 72 months.
Okay.
Yes.
Definitely, I'm sure in your line of business there are challenges. Kindly make us understand what are some of the challenges, starting with the biggest to the least.
One of the most crucial challenges is the demand. You have to meet the demand of the customers, because each and every person within the world is in need of money.
Also, definitely, at how many like what's your clientele base? How many customers are we looking at here?
Right now we are serving about 18,000 members.
18,000 members.
Yes.
That's a good number. And you have how many branches?
We have 3 main branches. That is Muranga being the headquarter. We have a branch at Keno, and we also have a branch at Nairobi within Gala area. Yes.
There's somebody who's watching this at home, and they are asking, is it a must that I come from Muranga County for me to be a member of Mentor Circle?
No. We are serving members from the Republic of Kenya. Yes.
And do you have maybe plans of one day maybe becoming a fully fledged bank?
No, we would like to be identified as a savings and credit cooperative society. Yeah, we have no intentions of becoming a bank.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, in case you're joining us, with me today is the Chief Executive Officer of Mentor Sacco, that is Mr. Charles, aka Irongo. It's very easy for you to join Mentor Sacco. So probably if you're looking for a savings society that can be able to build you something that you're looking for, a society that can be able to help you financially, look no further than Mentor Sacco. We take a short break, but don't you touch that dial. We'll be back in just a short while. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. How many people know your business? Could you be limiting your growth for lack of enough exposure? Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is giving you an opportunity to grow your business at the most affordable rates. Call us now on 020 44 00077 or 0791 799 998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Hello and welcome to the all-new Raw to Refined, a show where we bring you different manufacturers as they take us step by step through the process of raw materials to the finished products. I am Mogore Kamau. Now today we are at Alive and Kicking along Mombasa Road, an organization that makes durable balls in Africa as well as print them. And with me I have Mr. Francis, who is going to take us through the various steps of coming up with a ball. But before that, could you kindly give us the brief history of Alive and Kicking?
It was started here back in 2004 with the aim of creating employment and creating awareness of deadly diseases like HIV, AIDS and malaria. Before you get the ball in the field, it has to go some processes. The processes include, we have the cutting process, we have the sorting process, we have the printing process, and then we have the stitching center where the stitching goes on. Since our balls are made of leather, we get the leather from the leather industries of Kenya. The patches you are seeing here, they are from leather industries of Kenya. I've just picked one to show you that this is real leather. We have coated with our PPC foil. This prevents it from absorbing water during rains. The in-between thing is the leather. And at the back we have the canvas. The canvas protects the ball from stretching when it is being frayed. The guys you are seeing here, they do the cutting. First guy here cuts the pentagons, and then the guy there cuts the hexagons. Our ball is a composition of 32 panels, which comprises of 12 pentagons and 20 hexagons. This is now the sorting section. These two guys you see here, they sort the good ones and they separate the bad ones. This one cannot pass that quality. It is put aside. This is one complete ball. We call it a panel set. 12 pentagons and 20 hexagons. So from this section, we go to the printing section. After they are done here, they give them to the printing section.
Okay, hold on. Before we go there, what happens to the ones that have not been cut properly?
Okay, what happens to panels like this? We cut the smaller sizes. We have size 1. We don't throw this one away. We can go ahead and cut size 1 football. So we don't throw them away. They are still useful. this is now the printing section. We print for everybody, maybe a client, 1 or 2, corporates, CBOs, individuals, and even birthday names, you do print them. Like you can see here, we have an order for Isuzu. We are making 1,000 balls for them. We have an order for my size, you can see, order more than 2,000 balls. So from the printing section, the balls are now taken to the stitching center, where they are now stitching to a fully ball, where a ball is ready to go to the field and be played. After a stitcher picks the ball from the issuing table, what happens is he comes to the table and they stitch into halves. One half 16 and the other half 16. They join the two halves together. After joining, they stitch all the way around until they leave a gap where they'll turn outside inside. After that, they affix the tube inside. This is the tube, and then we use the latex as the adhesive. From there, they stitch until the tube is fixed inside. He's pulling it gently to avoid zigzags on the ball. And he makes that the stitches are so tight so that when it's blown, the stitches are not out. The ball is tightly stitched. It's airtight. He's now trying to remove the needle, the final stitch.
The thread that they use to stitch with, what is it made of?
Polycotton. They rub it with wax. These are bead wax. Wax from the bees. They rub it all the way to make it more firm for its entrance into the hole as they are stitching. So here it is. This is a fully finished ball. It's ready to be inflated. We weigh it and to see whether it meets the FIFA specifications. We have to be very careful on the pressure inside because we are supposed to put in 8 to 10 psi, and we have the gauge here where we measure the pressure, and from there we check the circumference. This is a machine we call 3-in-1 to weigh pressure, diameter and circumference. So I'm weighing the circumference here. Should be between 68.5 to 71. So this is 70. So it is within the FIFA specifications of circumference. A size 5 ball should weigh between 306 grams to 450. And you see here this is within. This is 448 grams. So this has passed the FIFA specifications. Well, after we pump the balls, we allow them to stay for overnight into these racks here. The reason why we do that is we want to ascertain the quality of the tube. Whether the tube is leaking, we remove it the following day and then we replace it with another one. So the main purpose of allowing the ball to stay on the rack for 12 hours or more is to ascertain the quality of the tube. Nothing much. If it has a problem, we know the following morning. Because this ball is now fully pumped. In the morning, if you find it has reduced the pressure, you know the tube is not good. You replace it. Maybe the valve has a problem, we replace it and we put a new one. And also you allow that one to stay for 24 hours until that ball does not lose air. That's now when we know the tube is good. After we ascertain the quality of the tubes, now this man here cleans the balls. In cleaning, we have a chemical we call Vaso. Vaso is a cleaning agent which makes the balls look very clean, very nice and very bright. Now he has put the pin, he's now deflating the ball. When it comes flat, he puts them into these polyethylene bags and then they are put into these sacks, whereby each sack carries 30 football size 5s. This is now the final process. After the ball are being deflated, they are stored into this sack. This sack carries 30 pieces of size 5. Now what it's doing now is packing the balls, ready to go to the market. We also have stocks here, waiting for clients or customers like you to come and buy. If you buy one, you'll have made a difference to the child outside there. You'll grow also our talents. A size 1 ball goes for 900 Kenya shillings, as well as size 2. Size 3 goes for 1,100. Size 4 and size 5 netballs and volleyballs, they go for 1,750 Kenya shillings.
As you catch it, as you hold it, as you bounce it, as well as you bat it, you now understand how it is made. It has been raw to refined with me, Mogore Kamau. Until next time, keep it Parastatal TV and God bless you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
The two words information and communication are often used interchangeably, but they signify quite different things. Information is given out, communication is getting through.
Parastatal TV is a media platform that enables state corporations share development projects and experiences.
We are keen on promoting government-citizen communication for better service delivery to help seek a common development ground with the aim of transforming our country.
Our vision is to be the leading source of information for all state corporations to connect with the citizens.
We are the voice of parastatals. Many times when you hear about those who need a voice, we always imagine the weak. But in this case, we are speaking for the government, yes, outnumbered by those it serves. This part of democracy can go unappreciated as it receives more blames and praise in any given country.
The government is entrusted with the directive to serve the people, and Parastatal TV exists to ensure communication between the government and the people.
This medium carries forth a message of hope, highlighting on the activities undertaken by the government with the interest of its citizens. Think about the roads we use, the energy power, quality education, environmental sustainability, security, the government hospitals, all these parastatals working together for the betterment of its citizens, and that is where we come in.
The government policies are formulated through the legislature and actualized at parastatal level by developing forums, promoting debates and discussions on issues relevant to parastatal and the people of its country.
We are a 24-hour business station, easily accessible, highly optimized website, www.parastatalafrica.com, a fast and interactive social media platform to break down all the existing geographical boundaries in order to pave way for the vision.
Parastatal TV also acts as a platform to gauge the people's response to the parastatals. This is made possible in the feedback on a 24-hour line at the TV station as well as on the online platform.
Located along East Africa's first superhighway is Parastatal TV that is speaking up for the government and putting their work in the limelight.
Talk to us today and be part of the vision as we make our nation a better place.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Be the change you want to see.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Thank you so much for watching Parastatal TV. I am your host Paul K. Wanjiro. Small medium enterprises, better known to you as SMEs, contribute to a reasonable revenue in terms of the Kenyan economy. This year, they have been having their SME Festival 2016, which is better known to you as SME Fest 2016. As Parastatal TV, we would want to give you that exclusive experience just to find out what the small medium enterprises have on offer in line with their theme, which is creating innovative solutions for the general growth of the small medium enterprises in terms of revenue collection in the Kenyan economy. Let's get inside and find out what they have to offer for this year. The SME Fest is organized by Open World Limited in partnership with the government, Ken Invest, the Export Promotion Council, and the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, among other stakeholders. It is the largest trade expo and B2B for SMEs, service providers, and corporate whom their value is value supply chain is SME driven. With that in mind, Kenyans from all walks of life couldn't shy away from being part of this year's edition, which attracted over 500 delegates and more than 120 exhibitors. From shipping companies to insurance groups to manufacturers, the SME world was well represented. Our first stop was at DataGuard Limited, a value-added distributor of leading and global IT hardware, software and accessory brands for discerning and savvy consumers. The main product this year was the Beat Defender, an award-winning antivirus and security software.
We have both corporate and consumer solutions. For the SMEs, we provide for them the corporate solutions, whereby we provide security for them. So Beat Defender is an antivirus. It's a very powerful antivirus that actually protects most of our clients from malwares and viruses. And also we have a good support team that for some of our corporate clients who have Beat Defender that we provide for them. For the SMEs, what we are doing is providing for them products that will actually enable them to get protection from such instances whereby their data land on wrong hands. For example, the Beat Defender Corporate Antivirus provides security from crypto lockers. A crypto locker or crypto wall or cryptocurrency, there are some of those applications or tools that lock the files on your PC such that cryptocurrency, you cannot be able to there's some access them, and then you're required to pay a ransom, an amount of money, so that you can be able to acquire your file. So if you have Beat Defender on your machine, you do not need to worry about any crypto walker or crypto wall or cryptocurrency. On the other part, for the consumer bit, for the user at home, we have Bitdefender Total Security, we have Bitdefender Internet Security, and Bitdefender Antivirus. They all protect the users from malicious programs, even on the internet, because most of the malicious programs come from the internet. So it provides that. It also provides like device control. The device control is something whereby you place your flash disk or something that is and it has a program that's malicious, so Bitdefender can be able to provide such protection. So mostly we make our product easy to use, we make our product very light on your PC and ensure that it has the maximum level of protection. For example, our Total Security has file encryption, it has the anti-theft features, and we've gone as far as providing antiviruses for our mobile phones. Most people in the SME sector use their smartphones to access various data. But if you don't have protection in your phone, that means your data is as insecure as anybody else's data. So we provide antivirus, and that antivirus provides also application protection, web protection, and it has also anti-theft features for our phones.
Our next stop was at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance KEPSA, where I sought to find out what the SME Fest offers to various exhibitors.
A forum like this does a lot of things. For me, it has created a platform for issues to be presented, for people to network and understand what others are doing. But more importantly for me, it's really around showcasing what this sector is doing for Kenya. And as KEPSA, our role is to do advocacy, our role is to make sure we become the voice for the private sector, and by being here, being represented here, we're really demonstrating that we speak for everyone, not just big business, and that we actually speak also for SMEs and for this sector, which we really believe is going to be the driver of growth in our economy going forward. A lot of the people who provide finance are a part of our membership, and trying to bring the two together and seeing how can they help support this particular sector in this big challenge they always talk about around finance. The other thing they talk about is around if they want to have governance and meet the requirements, legal requirements. Again, because we have forums and we have relationships with the people who create these legislations and regulations, is around how we engage them so that they make them friendly, and so they encourage small business to operate above water, not below, because of the fear that they have in terms of being compliant. So those are two big things that have really come up and which consistently come up, and which I strongly believe that as KEPSA we'll continue to advocate and work on, because this actually is the future.
I do hope that you're learning something. To find out what exactly the small medium enterprises, better known to you as SMEs, are currently doing for the overall contribution of the Kenyan economy. Moving on, let's now go to more exhibitors and find out what exactly is their personal contribution to the overall Kenyan economy. For a nation to be successful in the future, investing in the youth by nurturing innovative minds is the backbone of any developing country. In Kenya, to be specific, a positive initiative by the Tabitha Karanja-led Kerocha Foundation has transformed thousands of Kenyan youth.
Kerocha Foundation is the brainchild of the Kerocha Brewery CEO, Mrs. Tabitha Karanja, and what she wanted to use the foundation is as a platform to share the experiences that she had for the last 19 years, bringing up Kerocha breweries and share it with our young entrepreneurs to shorten their learning curve and help them see how they can accelerate growth in their businesses. So ideally what she's doing is helping them unlock their potential. There's an intensive training course, there's an training mentorship program where they sit with mentors, they go into their businesses, they see what it is that they're doing, and they help them to see that their plans that they have, they can fast track them if they are focused, if they are determined, if they put all their energies in their businesses. So we give them different areas in branding, in communication, in marketing, in PR, in how to access financing, in how they can be leaders, how they can build great teams. And the purpose of all this is to ensure that we create a bigger pool of young, energetic entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurship is the key to reducing poverty in this country. It is a key to reducing unemployment in this country, and it is a key to creating wealth for Kenyans. So that is why we are in this entrepreneurial space. And today, as you can see, the people who are here exhibiting with under the Keroche Foundation stand are entrepreneur mentees who have been with the foundation for the last 1 year.
My name is Andrew Keo. I'm the founder and the director at Blackjack Jeans. Just like the name, we make custom-made jeans, especially custom-made jeans. But now we're just venturing into bulk production of jeans. I got to know about Keroche Foundation because one thing, Tabitha Karanja is a big mentor. He's someone who motivates me in so many ways. So I follow her mostly on her website for Keroche breweries. That is, and then when they launched Keroche Foundation, they had a website. So I would visit the website regularly. And that is how I learned about the mentorship. Yeah. I used to call myself a jack of all trades, but now I'm not. I'm just stuck with making jeans because I know there's a lot of demand for jeans in East Africa, and the market is big. So I'm just working to see that I have a relative market share. I've had a few people from Rwanda who wanted to have some jeans, so yeah, we made them jeans. And yeah, I'm not limited to just the local market. But the thing is, the local market is really big, and you first have to conquer at home. Charity begins at home. That's why we are so much based within Nairobi. But suppose we get the fundings we want to expand, now we can actually expand and now see how we can venture into East Africa. And considering that Tumba is being phased out in the next 3 years, we should be in a position to supply enough jeans to the market.
Okay, my name is Joanne Kanja. I'm in the manufacturing business. We manufacture uniforms, tents, and protectives. So some of the people we have manufactured for include the Kenya Army, Kenya Navy, schools like the Strathmore School, hotels, and among others. I am in an association called the Female FEWA. It's an association for female entrepreneurs. So usually they send us weekly emails on information on what's happening in the business world. So I saw that the Keroche Foundation was looking for mentees. They had about 6 factors which you had to satisfy. Then I felt I had satisfied them. That's when I applied and I got chosen into the foundation. Sometimes many people ask you, are you sure you participate in tenders, that you see them? We actually see our tenders in the newspaper like everybody else, and we participate. Sometimes some of these tenders ask for maybe the experience or the work that you've done. Give them good reference letters, show them good samples. Those are the things that speak for you when they go to evaluate in the technical evaluation. If your work is good quality, and your pricing is also good, it doesn't matter. You don't have to know anybody. Just participate.
Indeed, the sky is the limit. There is no way our crew would live without visiting a couple of international exhibitors, and this is what they had to say.
I'm Nikki Summers. I'm the director for Sage 1 for East and West Africa. So really why we at the SME Expo is we are showcasing our Sage 1 product, which is an online accounting application that we have developed as Sage to help SMEs, because at the end of the day, the reason is that there's a statistic that says 80% of SMEs fail in the second year of operation. And the major reason for that is because of lack of financial record keeping. So what we've done is we've developed a product that's specifically for a small startup business that will enable SMEs to manage their business on the go. So the monthly fee is the equivalent of 1,200 Kenya shillings per month, and that includes 1 company and 2 users, and that gives you access to everything in the application. Because for me, I'm passionate about SMEs because I believe it's the SME that drives a country and the growth of the country. Even if you look around the world, the contribution that the SME sector gives to the country's GDP is astronomical, and I think the SME sector is really neglected. So I think this is a great initiative.
What an experience that has been. From Matters Technology in terms of DataGuard to the Kenya Private Sector Alliance to the Keroche Foundation, you now have a clear understanding of what exactly the small medium enterprises are currently doing for the general growth of the Kenyan economy. I have been your host, Paul K. Wanjiro at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, Nairobi. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. How many people know your business? Will you be limiting your growth for lack of enough exposure? Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is giving you an opportunity to grow your business at the most affordable rates. Call us now on 020 44 00077 or 0791 799 998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Many thanks for joining us. You are definitely on Parastatal TV, the station that's promoting the role of state corporations. I am your host, PK Wanjiro, and this is the Frontline. Now, this lovely day, we are very much privileged to be hosting one of the top guys when we talk about security matters in this country. He is a holder of a master's degree in international relations and of course a bachelor's degree in arts and a postgraduate diploma in international relations from the University of Nairobi. Now, he started way back in 1989. He has an amazing story because he started as an assistant secretary and rose to the ranks to the position of district commissioner. Now, he was later promoted to the position of senior AP Commander 1 in 2012. That is prior to his current position as the Deputy Inspector General of Police. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about one Mr. Samuel Arachi. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you, thank you. It's a privilege to be here. And we'll start basically by wanting to know, how has the AP's role in the society evolved from way back the days of the village headman ordinance?
The AP traces its roots in around 1902, during the colonial era, and the service has grown from 1902. Basically, for those who may not be aware about the AP service,
yes,
during the colonial era, the British rule, there was a need to control the natives, and therefore the use of the tribal police. Essentially, I would say, and these are my own words, they would look for bullies. And this, the history of the 5'8", must be a tall, strong African male to be able to subdue the African for purposes of tax collection. You've heard about the poll tax, the hard tax.
Yes, yes.
And these are the origins of of the AP service. With time it grew to the tribal ordnance police up to 1958 actually, when the AP became more centralized, and the training for the AP then started in Ruringu, Nyeri. In those years you'll find that APs were trained regionally. The APs in Turkana would have their own uniforms and training in Turkana. The coast region would be trained in the coast region and their uniforms to suit the climate in those areas. But eventually, in 1958, that's when the Administration Police Act was enacted, giving it now a national phase. And eventually, the central training now relocating to the current Calvary Battalion 75 in Embakasi Battalion, which was our first home in Nairobi before relocating to our current training college in Embakasi in 1972. So it has been quite a long history for the AP.
It's a story.
It's a long story.
Now, I understand there are so many benefits that we've seen with the enactment of the new constitution, and I would want to know, how has AP revamped, the Administration Police Service revamped from the enactment of the new constitution?
I remember before the current constitution, which was promulgated in August 2010, the AP was not constitutionally anchored in the constitution. And remember, in those years, under Cap 85, actually the commandant of the AP was the Minister for Internal Security.
I didn't know that.
Yes, this is what many people didn't know. Actually, the then commandant was an appointee of the minister, who by law was the commandant of the AP.
Okay.
Until the current laws and the constitution, which for the first time now anchored the AP in the constitution under Article 243 as one of the constituent services forming the National Police Service. So under the old laws, the minister, who was you remember under the old constitution, a minister actually was a member of parliament, which meant actually the head of the AP was a political head.
Political affiliations then.
But now under the new constitution, under the independence of the National Police Service, under the Inspector General, and the distinct functions of each of the two services and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, we are able now much better to focus on our mandate and discharge that mandate to secure the Kenyan people and their property.
Probably there are so many Kenyans out there who don't really understand the structures within the Administration Police Service. Can you kindly break it down for us?
Thank you. Yeah, it has not been understood actually. The structures that we have in place, at the apex of the service we have the Deputy Inspector General, where I sit, and these are positions now which are competitively bidded for, carry out public interviews, and then if you succeed, only to note that you must be a serving police officer of over 15 years in service. Now, from the Inspector General, we have the Provincial Command. The command now starts with the regions, where we have regional commanders, we have county, and here I want to make it very clear, the regional commands are for purposes of helping the Deputy Inspector General to man the country.
Okay.
Remember, we have two structures of government, the national government and the county government.
Yes.
So the regional commanders, for example, we have 47 counties. It would be quite a challenge for me to listen every morning and every evening to 47 commanders across the country.
Yes.
So we've created a regional command so that we have one regional commander having 3 or 4 or 5 counties where he's able to concentrate on that and then report to me. And then we have the county commands. We have now the sub-county command, which are the former districts. And then we have the wards, the former divisions, and then the locations and the sub-locations. We are represented in that structure.
Okay.
From there we have special units. We have the Rural Border Patrol Unit. RBPU, as we call it, Rural Border Patrol Unit, discharges one of the functions of the AP in law. This is provision of border patrol and border security under the current National Police Service Act. So their work is to ensure that all our borders, from border point 1 to border point 29, Mandera to Kiunga, Somalia, is catered for.
Yeah.
The border with Tanzania is well addressed, purposefully to counter illegal trade,
Okay.
contraband, human trafficking, drugs, movement of light weapons and small arms, all these. And we have categorized now our borders into two. We have the soft border areas which you don't have much problems, and we have deployed officers in these areas, and then we have the Somalia border, which is quite problematic, where we put our efforts now, and we are building capacities of this unit to ensure that we are able to manage that border effectively. And if we do that now, we'll be able to counter infiltration by terrorists, by other bad elements, small arms, trade and so forth, like I've said, so that we're able to secure the country. The second unit is a rapid deployment unit. The purpose, which was actually the first unit that we formed, and it has built a name for itself. RDU was formed principally to deal with the conflict situations in the country where the local establishment, for example, officers in a particular county are not able to deal with a situation that has arisen, and therefore we are able to get RDU as a quick response team to go and deal with the situation and then come back for their other works with further situations. RDU and RBPU currently are deployed along our borders to do this work.
Specifically for that.
For that, there are special units meant to deal with this. The other unit that we have is the Specialized Theft Prevention Unit. Specialized Stock Theft Prevention Unit is a new unit, also which was created under the new laws. And I remember, under the new laws, the function of prevention of stock theft has been given to the AP. There's a unit which is maybe I need to add this before I come to that one. The headquarters of RBPU is in Kitui, a place called Kanyonyo. The headquarters of RDU is in Embakasi. And the stock theft, specialized stock theft prevention unit is headquarters in West Pokot, Kapenguria. This unit is specifically meant to eradicate cattle rustling. And then we have SGB unit, and actually SGB is the oldest. Security of Government Buildings unit is actually the biggest unit. For those who may not know, that is where I was actually commandant for more than 10 years before I came here. This unit is situated in Nairobi West. Mbagathi Way. Like the name suggests, this unit specifically deals with three things. First, started with giving security to government buildings. For example, in Nairobi, if you go to Arambi House, if you go to Treasury, key government buildings and infrastructures, you'll find these officers. Second, this is the unit which gives VIP protection to all government officers. Very few Kenyans know this.
Know about that, yeah, sure.
Yes. This is a unit who gives protection to government officials in the country. Other than that one, also we give security for cash in transit. So movement of this of money in this country, we are responsible. We ensure that it is secure. That's something that we do. This unit SGB also provides security to Kenya Revenue Authority, customs, all border points across the country, from Migori to Lokichogio. All border points. It's a responsibility of this unit to ensure that revenue is collected. Maybe we can even say, actually, since the creation of this unit, very few people may be able to link it that way. But this one we've seen actually even revenue collection going up.
Okay.
Other than that, another very critical infrastructure for the government, oil pipeline. We have a unit which takes care of the pipeline from Mombasa to Western Kenya. All pumping stations are secure by officers of this unit SGB, so that movement of fuel from the port of Mombasa, and remember, actually some of the countries in East and Central Africa, landlocked country, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, get their fuel through Kenya. So this unit ensures that fuel and the pipeline is not interfered with. Remember, the oil pipeline is not an investment for Kenya alone. It has a regional interest and implications. So the security of the pipeline is very critical for the country and for the entire region. This is a responsibility of the AP.
I would want to know, and probably I'm sure there are people who would want to know, how unique is the administration police service training as compared to other police services?
Yeah, one, the administration police training is fully paramilitary.
Paramilitary.
Yes. The AP service is a paramilitary service. So from the recruit who is in college today up to the commandant, each one of them have undergone a paramilitary training. And what does this mean? Actually, paramilitary means that you are a notch lower than the full military training.
Okay.
Other than the other normal police work, we emphasize on a field craft and skill at terms because of the nature of our deployment.
Yes.
Because we must tackle very difficult terrains. We must deal with cattle rustlers in very difficult circumstances. We are the borders, so we must prepare these people for them to be able to handle those tasks in those difficult situations. So the AP is a full paramilitary force.
Yes.
We emphasize on the hard bit.
Okay.
You could say that actually the APs could be very good hunters for the bad elements.
Yes.
So that's how different it is from maybe from the other police service, because basically they are on a raw maintenance and so forth, which you also train on, but ours will go a notch high in terms of the other operations that we must carry out for this country.
Okay. Now, I would love to know, because of late there's been increase in terms of criminal trends. So what are some of the new training horizons that you're undertaking to be in line with the rising criminal trends, especially right here in the country?
We are talking now about terrorism.
Yes, sure.
And unless we are able to mount trainings, and there's now the divergence of what we are doing to be able to counter the new threats that you're talking about. Terror threats.
Yes.
We are facing them. Then what are we doing in terms of doing that one? Counter terrorism training.
Counter terrorism training.
Training.
Is it for everyone, for all the recruits?
One, it is for everyone.
Okay.
The recruits, but two, now you go to the advanced levels. For all teams which are operating in the difficult areas, northeastern, those borders, must undergo counter-terrorism training. This in the border school in Kitui. And then after that, for the advanced tactical courses, we train them in our training grounds in Kitui, a place called Kadolongwe. Very few people know where this is.
I don't know where.
You don't know where that is, eh?
Yes.
So this way we take them for advanced tactical training on counter-terrorism. And then other than that, what else are we doing? we've come up with a now emphasis on formed units. And that is why we established the QRTs, quick response teams.
Yeah.
Now, what is happening now in the country and for the AP service, each county
Yes.
in the country, we have trained one QRT of a platoon strength. These are about 36 officers. This means that team which is in County A, for example, if it is Kiambu, there is that team which has given advanced training, tactical training. If there is any problem in Kiambu County, instead of waiting for reinforcements from Nairobi,
Yes.
that team will be tasked. They are terrorists in a certain building. They will move in quickly and deal with that situation and go back to their work. Every county in the country has got a QRT.
Excellent.
Every sub-county in the country, every district, we've trained a section, a team which is able to react quickly to situations.
In conclusion, I would like you to give us your parting shot, and I would want you to speak to Kenyans, because there are Kenyans who are watching this. And what is the special message that you'd like to give them as the Deputy Inspector General of Police who is in charge of the Administration Police Service?
The first thing that I would want to tell you Kenyans is you've partnered with the Administration Police Service to secure this country. We have not done this alone. Like we say, the AP are you Kenyans and you are the AP. We are one. We must continue supporting each other for us to be able to succeed.
Well, there you go. There is so much that you didn't know about the Administration Police Service, and who better to break it down for us than the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Samuel Arachi. I'm sure you've learned a lot. Myself, personally, there's a lot I've learned, and I know with time, we are definitely going to be engaging the National Police Service more, so that they can also tell us what is really happening, because it is our role as Parastatal TV to let you know what is really happening. We are promoting the role of state corporations. For Parastatal TV Frontline, I am PK Wanjiro.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Are you a business person? Where would you like your business to be in the next 5 years? Well, you don't have to wait for 5 years. Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is now giving you a platform that will make this a reality by giving you affordable rates with an already wide viewership.
Call us now on 020-4400-777 or 0791-799-998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights.
Good afternoon. Bwana asifiwe. See wave me there tafadhali. Even to cool the environment. I thank God for this opportunity to be here in JCC, and more so to speak to people of this generation. Are we this generation? Yes. And we normally say that since we are the digital generation, we must also move at a speed that is digital. Is that true? I remember some 10 years ago telling one of the prominent men in this country that I know you are very rich, but it has taken you 40 years to be where you are. But I was telling you, because we are in a digital generation, I don't require 40 years to be where you. I just require maximum 10. And I was telling him, watch this space. Tell your neighbor, watch this space. And I thank God that this afternoon, we are here just to share with you and connect with you what is all about investment. What is it that we can do together to change our lives, to change lives, and if possible, to change our economy? Just to give you a synopsis of FEP. The agenda of FEP started 1998. I was 25 years that time, so you can guess my age. I was in the 5th year in the university. And we used to have what we call the evangelistic teams. And we had gone to preach somewhere in Kasikeo, in Ukambani Makueni. And that's when God dropped an idea in my heart that it seems we preach like poor people. Hello? No wonder we don't attract people in the crusade grounds. I know the new generation may not understand the crusades. The crusades were for our generation, where we used to reach people through crusades, open air meetings. And God dropped an idea in my heart and said, in your generation, you shall be preaching like rich men. Amen. You shall be using helicopters to preach. Amen. And people will be saying, even before you open your mouth, if that is the God you believe in, I can also believe in him. Yes. And I can tell you, for heaven's sake, that was the agenda behind FEP. That is when God gave me that idea, that you shall create billionaires and multimillionaires in the kingdom that will change the face of the gospel. And of course, an idea drops, and it starts cooking slow but sure. Then I finished college in 1999 as an architect, very proud. And I used to know I'm a very good marketer. I had started my architectural firm when I was in that year. Some of us were driving when we were still in college. So we knew we are set for the big game. Hello? But I thank God I knew when I was in college that even if I become the best architect in East Africa, hello? Even if I'll be the smartest in Kenya, architects don't become billionaires. Hello? And I discovered professionals with the ties don't become what? So I knew the route to become a billionaire is not by working hard as an architect. But I knew there must be a formula somewhere along the line. And I was telling God, I want to know that formula. I used to be very good in mathematics. Hello? Hello. And I used to love entrepreneurship. So what happened is that I started asking myself, how do people become billionaires? Tell your neighbor, billionaires. Billionaires. And I started saying that I could tell, for you to be called a billionaire, you must have at least 10. Hello? So that even if you lose one, you have 9. Am I communicating? So you can never qualify to be a billionaire unless you have how many? 9. At least 10 moving forward. The way people say that you cannot be a millionaire unless your millions are in 3 digits. How many digits? 3. 100 and above. So even if you have 99 million, you are not yet out. And of course, I also thought there's another group of people called thousandaires. And we normally say you qualify to be a thousandaire when you reach a level when even if 1,000 disappears in your wallet, you will not notice. That's what you qualify to be out. Then of course there's another group that we don't discuss. That even if a pound disappears, you know it as what? Having said that, I remember doing my simple mathematics to asking myself, for heaven's sake, how do men put together money to become a billionaire? And I discovered that even to touch 1, watch a 10, 1. Tell your neighbor 1. 1. If you ever plan to have a billion before you die, I discovered you require to save 30,000, 30K per day. every day, including Saturdays and Sundays. Hello? Yeah. Every day before you sleep. And you do that way for one year, non-stop. You repeat the same process again for another year, and another year for exactly 100 years. So if you ever want to touch a billion, what? Call yours. You start saving that K from today before you sleep. And it will take you a journey of 100 when you do that one daily without stopping. And that came to my realization how impossible. Tell your neighbor how impossible. How impossible. It is for a normal man doing normal things in a normal way to ever think or comprehend heading that direction. And I say now I have known why riches are not for those who have gone to school. Hello? Riches are not for those who work hard, but for those who get the formula. And I'm here to just share with you by the grace of God where the formula lies. Are we talking? Yes. But I thank God also for one thing, that I also discovered that this language of money is the only language that never asks somebody where you went to school. Are we talking here? Money has no connection with your education. It is the only thing that does not ask you how old you are. It has no connection with age. It is the only thing that do not ask you where you come from, or ask you who your father was. And more importantly, I discovered you don't become rich by working hard. Actually, people say that it has been discovered scientifically that it's actually the poor people who work very hard. Are you aware that the poorer you are, the harder you work? And the richer you are, the less you? So I chose not to work very hard, but to get the formula. So briefly, 2002, when the Bible says that God shall accomplish the desires of your heart, from 1988, my desire was to be a billionaire. Hello? And I told God, before I turn 50, I turn what? 50. I must be one. I have a few years to go, don't worry. But what was important is that I told God, as I become, I want as many as can hear me to also become. And that's why I'm here, to share with everybody who can dare listen. Because my desire is that we change the kingdom of God by empowering people to know the formula. You understand? So 2002, God from nowhere dropped an idea for me, which I call Vision 2015. And he told me, you know what? Media. Somebody say media. Number 2, bank. Number 3, hotels. Number 3, schools. Number 4. God just gave me those from nowhere. That by the year 2015, you shall be having those as your pillars towards making your desire complete. And he confirmed to me by 2020. 20 what? So 2015 people are to see it, but by 2020 it will come to pass. So I was like, God, 18 years from 2002, 16th of May, it was 3 a.m. in the morning. Thank God for those who wake up early. God talks those hours. Therefore, what am I saying? It was one of those things you are told, a bank? What do I know about a bank? See, bank is a place you go hide money. That's all I knew. What about media? Is watching news. Hello? What about hotels? Going for holidays. But I can tell you, God is faithful. So I just wrote Vision 2015. Bank, media, hotels, 5-star, of course, 5-star, and then higher schools. And from there I was like, what is all this? Can I say the rest are details? And then God confirms me that you shall walk these people to a journey of shares. A journey of what? Shares. I can tell you those are things you don't comprehend. And then God gave me the formula. That's why I know engineer can project for you the strategy of FEP, which I signed the year 2002 when God gave me the vision. That it was a strategy which will walk you through the journey of shares, the journey the rich follow, and the journey which you can use to appreciate the power of multiplication. Because I keep on telling people that I discovered later that the reason we go to school, hello, is to understand the basics of education. And I told people that all I learned in primary school for those 8 years was just one thing. Let me say two. One is the difference between addition and multiplication. Tell your neighbor, addition and multiplication. And I discovered that ordinary people try to become rich through addition. Salary plus salary. Hello? Buying cement 500 and selling 6. And I can tell you that formula of addition cannot take you far. But I discovered the rich guys understand the formula of multiplication. And I said I want to understand that. Then of course I remember in class 6 you are taught the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. You may not understand it for now, but you understand what I'm saying. Where you say, do businesses that are done by very few people, where the competition is very little. Lakini ukianza kuuza soda pale kwa kiosk, and everybody knows the price of soda, they are you changing the price. Which means the higher you go, unakumbuka the pyramid, the less you become, hello, and the more multiplication you enjoy. The less down you come, the more you, and the more you do ordinary business. Between 2002 to the year 2009, no, 2006 December, all I was doing was trying to understand what is all this about. What did God mean by bank? What did he mean by media? By the hotels? And that's how I started talking to the rich people. Anybody with a title B, a title what? I can tell you I did my research. I had the 21 billionaires in Kenya by name. And I was able to write 10 names down, the ones I wanted to see. And unfortunately one escaped. But it took me 3 years, but I met 9 of them. And all I was asking them was a very simple story. Can you confirm to me that you are born normal? Am I talking here? You are born by a normal, ordinary mother through a normal process. Can you confirm to me that you went to a normal primary school like me? Confirm to me that you also went together, right? And you prayed with the boys like me. You went to high school, others never even went to high school. And I was walking through their journey, and all I was looking for, what is that moment where you parted ways with the normal people? Unajua what you call Makutano Junction? Where you parted with the normal, you stopped doing the normal things and you started doing the right. And I can tell you, because I was taught a bit of research, by the time I concluded with the 9 people, God had spoken. The journey is now clear. And that's how I engaged FEB guys. I told people in FEB, those who can dare listen, that this journey towards riches, the formula is one. The agenda of owning shares. Tell your neighbor shares. Mambo ya plots, tuache. Mambo ya kufungua duka tuache. Mambo ya matatu tuache. Those are business for ordinary. And people say if you do ordinary things, you become an ordinary. There will be no other results. Therefore, I discovered that the agenda is shares. Number 2, why don't you do businesses that are never affected by an economy? A business that I can say they are in the cogwheel of an economy. Businesses that determine the economy itself. Am I talking? People will never say, am I saying imekuwa good? They always write above the economy. And thus I started discovering, no wonder God said bank. Hello? No wonder God said 5-star. Yes. And I won't say the rest are details. But today I want to say by the grace of God. We started recruiting members. Of course, I discovered that those days, for the first thing I got with those people was that the rich people don't use their money. Hello? They use the poor people's. So I discovered they are crazy borrowers. And I discovered the only way to move to the next level is to be a borrower. Hello? How many people know that every bank you see in this country is for 2 people? Any bank you go, the customers are only two. Am I talking?
Yes.
The ordinary people who go to open savings account and deposit their money there, they hide it. And those are 99.9. And the rich guys who are very few, they go to borrow that. And that's why when banks open, they don't have money. They open a granary, you know, an empty granary, serious. And for the first 6 months, it's after you have brought all the money, they start calling the borrowers. Which means I can say here, without missing words, that any bank you see in this country, hello, the money people borrow is from the poor. Am I talking to somebody? So what is the business of the poor? Is to open savings account, to put their money in a fixed deposit, and for the rich to do what? Whose money? Therefore, I made a decision. I shall be a borrower moving. And I remember making a covenant with my wife, the year 2004, that I shall never ever sleep in my house if I don't owe money to somebody. And I can tell you by the grace of God, these people can tell you because we also run a circle and a microfinance. Am I talking?
Yes.
I never at any one time miss in their books. In fact, I will always come and borrow another loan before I finish the other one. You know what you call top up? Just because I discovered the reason why the poor people save money, hello, is because they have more money than the ideas they have. Am I talking? Have you heard that? Anybody who saves money in a bank or who opens a fixed deposit account is a confirmation you have more money than the ideas you. Why do the rich borrow? The rich borrow because they have more ideas than the money they have. And I chose to be on the other. And I said the day I shall sleep without owing somebody money, it means I've stopped thinking. Am I talking? But also don't forget, you can never borrow money for the sake of borrowing. Is that true? You are going to be auctioned. You only borrow money with authority. When you know where you are putting that money, there is no guesswork. In short, can I say you only borrow money with the confidence when you enter the game of multiplication? So that when you are being charged 18%, you actually multiplying your what? And therefore, I want to say with humility that by God's grace, we started a circle 2003. Then we started investing 2007. And I told people we are going to invest like the rich. Where we invest what we call tier 1. We come and invest what we call tier 2. We come to invest what we call tier 3. Then we come and do what we call the IPO. Somebody say PPO. PPO, we normally call it the private placement offer. Then finally, we do what we call the IP, what we normally call the initial public. And I told people, now that I have known the secret, that the rich people understand shares. They only invest in what? But I said they invest in shares before IP, which means they invest shares in companies that are not known. Companies that have a strategic plan to go public one day. Am I talking? No wonder the word IPO means initial public. Abia mwenzako IPO means IPO, initial public offer. What is initial public offer? Ukitafsiri kwa Kiswahili, initial ni mwanzo, si ndio? Public ni mwananchi wa kawaida. Offer ni kupatiwa nafasi. Which means when you hear a company has gone IPO, inakuambia ni mwanzo wa mwananchi wa kawaida kupatiwa nafasi. That's why tunasemanga in every nation kuna watu wawili, wananchi na wenye, kuna wananchi na wenye nchi. Which means wenye nchi they invest before IP, then the wananchi only buy shares in IPO and later in Nairobi stock. Can I also say mathematically speaking, IPO marks the end of multiplication. Ambia mwenzako mwisho wa multiplication ni IPO. And therefore IPO marks the beginning of a day. Which means therefore if you really want to understand the game of shares, work and with the companies that have a game to go that direction one day before IPO. Every time you buy shares in an IPO, am I talking to somebody? Yes. Or you buy shares of any company in a Nairobi stock, hiyo kampuni ilifika mwisho. You can never enjoy multiplication. Hiyo ilikuwa kiojo, si ndio? Why are we here today? We are here to say that we thank God that FEP has the one of our 80,000 members, out of which the 63,000 are investors who have put their money in FEP. And that's why today I can say with the confidence, we are just slightly less than 10 billion worth of capital. And I can tell you we are here to bring a real revolution. And I want to say that whatever we do, we want the Christian DNA. When you hear people say kingdom, hello? You'll be seeing kingdom in the FEP group. And that's why we have to challenge somebody to say, is it possible to appreciate what is investment? Is it possible to appreciate where you put your money? Because I tell people that it is not what you have. Me, whether you have a big salary or not, that does not make any difference. It is what you do with what you have. I was telling somebody the other day, when you are sure what you are doing, you shall not be stopped by anybody. There is something called the power of clarity. So that even if I have a salary of 5,000 per month, hello? And all I can save is only 500 what? Shillings. I'll only put the 500 shillings in the right. Because I know if 500 shillings enjoys multiplication, it becomes 5,000. Is that true? The 5,000 becomes 50. The 50,000 becomes how about what? And you find from nowhere, the little you have which is called a seed shall take you to the next level. Therefore I want to say that I want to just provoke, because I tell people that it does not matter which language I will use here. It is not telling you where to invest, that to help you. It is telling you, I normally say when I even go to the village, what I tell people that if you want to be a good investor, can I give you 5 principles? 5 what? And I'll tell you number 1, which is the most obvious. Can I tell you the most obvious? Open your eyes. Tell your neighbor, open your eyes. Open your eyes. The Bible says we have eyes yet we don't see. We have ears yet we don't hear. I tell people, please always put your money where the rich put their money. Am I talking to somebody? Yes. Who are the people you call rich? Imagine I only tell you what they do, just begin to do it. What they don't do, don't. And I can tell you, look for anybody called a billionaire. You discover they never became billionaires by default. You also discover they never stayed in Kayole one day, even after they left school. Hello? Walikata, because their mentality could not fit where? Yeah. You discover those guys never had a shop. They never became retailers. They refused to do shopkeeping. Am I talking to somebody? Yes. I can bet those guys, when you monitor their life properly, they never ever owned matatus one day. Hello? Yes. Tell your neighbor they never owned matatus. Where we are saying, from the word go, they were careful. They were keen enough to say what is it that ought to be. And from the little they had, they start putting it there. Slow but sure. So number 1, what the rich do, just what they don't do, don't do it. And that's why most of you can appreciate that. You have even been watching on the TV program Scams, where you invite the rich. Hello? You invite the Who Owns Kenya. Do you remember those programs? Yes. None of those guys was invited there because he owns chunks of land. He owns a Eldoret Express. He owns he's a cement distributor of which region. Those guys are only invited because they control millions and millions of shares. Are we talking here? That's why they are called Wenyei, because they own shares. So number one, I am here to tell you, among other things, one fundamental thing is the rich own shares. And I can tell you, those shares you see them with, they never bought them. They only bought very few shares at the right time. And those shares multiplied over time. And that's why who they
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Yesterday I was somewhere in Meru. And I was very happy to see an ordinary teacher who was a headmistress for that 3 years. And I remember telling her 2008, now that you have joined me, within 10 years, without you doing anything, hello, I'll make you richer than a headmistress for that 3 years. Yes. Follow my story. And I was taking her through yesterday. And she has given me more money, but I just told her, remember the money you gave me in 2009? Only 400,000 Kenya shillings. How much? 400. Only. She gave me 400K, 209. So she bought tier 1 of FEP. And I was telling her, are you aware that she bought 120,000 shares because her share was only going for 3 shillings? And in that sense, that's the time of a FEP that nobody ever thought will ever happen. So her 400,000 because it was in form of shares, she got 120,000 shares because of a price of 3 shillings and what? But the good thing those times you are not even told the value of a share because the structures are not right. So I was telling her, can you imagine? Now, with your 120,000 shares, 2 years ago you came to our AGM and I gave you a bonus. I gave you what? Bonus. Where in an AGM we told you for every 1 share you have, we give you 2 free. Am I talking? Yes. Which means her shares moved from 120,000 plus 240,000 free. Now she has 360,000 what? Yes. Are we communicating here? Yeah. And then I was telling her, all that time you could do nothing with your shares. It is just on the 18th of January, the other day, we called people in like Regency, and we were able to launch what we call the over-the-counter trading. Now you can sell your shares to anybody in the market through a private counter. But the 1 share, one what? 1 share. Is now costing a minimum of 21 shillings. Which means her 360,000, hello, now is almost 8 million Kenya. No, the 400. Which means therefore for those 7 years, that share has multiplied 20 times. But I told her, don't worry, it has gone nowhere. So don't sell your share now. Wait for the next 4. Because I expect your share to multiply 20 times again. Which means I'm expecting the 80 million in the next 4 years to move from 8 times 20 to be 160 what? Am I talking to somebody? And I was asking her, as a headmistress, how much did you earn in that 3 years? And therefore I told her, this is how the rich think. What will happen? By the year 2020, that's why people talk about the shares as stock. Serious? Because when you own shares in a company, that is your stock in that company. So I told her that by the year 2020, you shall be owning a stock within FEP group worth 160 million. 160 what? Million. So even if you can rest back now, forever, tell your neighbor forever, you can be expecting a dividend of only 5%. What is 5% of 160 million? 70 million. Hello? 5%, even if the dividend is only 5%, Even a shop can give you 5%. That's true. Which means 5% is the minimum expectation per year. Which means akiwa Meru amerelax huko, atakuwa akifanyia kazi because he's an investor. Mwisho wa mwaka anangoja 5, which is 80 million every year as a dividend. Even if you divide by 12 months, he has a salary of 720,000, which means you retire as a senator. And you can imagine somebody having an income of 720,000 per month for the rest of your life without ever working, because you chose to be an investor instead of becoming a trader. Am I talking to somebody? Why am I taking you that route? Because you have also heard people say the rich keep on becoming while the poor keep on becoming. Do you know the levels you go, you can never come down? Which means the moment you reach that level, let me tell you, you can only become richer moving. After 3-4 years unakuja kwa IGM, you are given more dividend. Mara unaongezewa shares, ndio? As the company becomes bigger ahead. Because no matter how many people come, you shall never replace the founders. So the founders are forever sorted. Am I communicating? So what am I saying in brief? I know most of you have read Robert Kiyosaki, serious? And Robert Kiyosaki talks about a rich dad and a poor, and it's all about mentality. He says a poor dad thinks poverty, works poverty, and all he does leads to poverty. That's why you only make money and you think you are rich, but you are only number one among the poor. Am I talking to somebody? Number one among? Which means you become rich, but your children will struggle like you. Kama wewe uliajiriwa, even your children become employed. Have you solved any problem? But he says the rich dad thinks riches. He creates riches. And he only walks in the direction of. And he says, I'll build a rich kingdom. And my children shall never do what I did. And that's why right there he gives a very simple example. Anasema, ni kama the ordinary people who do the normal biasharas of employment, self-employed, and business people. You know businessmen? Busy doing the obvious. Hello? That's the definition of businessmen. Busy doing the what? Robert Kiyosaki in the book of Cash Flow Quadrant, he says, as long as you are in the quadrant 1 called employee, no matter the salary, no matter the what? As long as you are in the second quadrant called self-employed, no matter how good you are, as long as you are a businessman, very busy doing businesses called yours. Called what? That one is like somebody who wakes up in the morning, kwenda kuchota maji na mtungi kwa mto. How many people come from the village here? You understand that language? Which means you shall be able to get water from the river as long as you have energy. When old age catches up, hello, you surrender. Am I talking? Ask your neighbor, ile biashara unafanya itakusort in the old age. So which means you find the people who do such businesses in their old age, in their old what? The children are the ones who come to bring them money. Because what they were doing is not sustainable. But what do the rich people do? The rich people, because of the rich mindset, not that they are rich in the pocket, they have a rich what? It's all in the mind. They say, I'm aware. I'm what? I'm an employee today. Thank God I must start somewhere. Hello? I thank God today I'm self. I must start somewhere. Thank God today I'm a businessman. I must start because you must have somewhere to get a seat. Am I talking? But once you appreciate that where you are is not where you should be, you should be looking for the exit strategy. The soonest what? So it is the example saying, I'm aware I'm going to the river today, Kuchotama, but I know this is not sustainable. So while I am busy going to the river every day, let me join my friends. Tuanze kusema tulete mfereji ya maji ambayo itatosha sisi wo. Haijalishi kama ni 20 kilometers away, we shall make it. It doesn't matter whether they took 20 years. Am I talking? But you know the day water shall finally come, you shall say hallelujah to the highest. Mambo ya mto imei, and my children shall never go to the river. In fact, I like enjoying people. I tell people, if you really want to know whether your money in your pocket is from the river or from the pipe by gravity, by what? Mnajua kuna pesa by gravity. If you want to understand what I'm saying, enda Gishagi, in the village, ukute mama amechota maji na mtu, uimwage by mistake. Ama uweze kumisuse your maji. Am I talking? Because your maji imekuja kwa njia ya jasho. Mnaweza kuchapana, si ndio? Lakini maji ya mfereji, does somebody care? And I'm here to challenge somebody that I am aware today most of us are getting money in their pocket kupitia njia ya mtungi. Am I talking? That's why you are very careful when you spend your money. Unaitumia kama njugu karanga. In a very careful way. Mpaka some of us are not even tithing in that confusion. But I can tell you that is the worst mistake you can ever make. Am I talking? You are locking your destiny. You are locking your what? Because if you cannot tithe 1,000 out of the 10, when God gives you 1,000,000, utatoa 100,000 kweli? Utaandika your check. Please start unlocking your destiny. Never eat God's tithe. That's for another day. So what am I saying? If you want to understand whether your money comes by gravity, you ask yourself, how do you spend your money? And I will keep on telling people, are you somewhere nurturing a pipeline? And for me, I tell people that as long as I am busy going to the river, but I know somewhere, kuna tumaini. Kuna watu tumeshikana, like FEP, through the power of me, and we are busy bringing a big pipeline that will not only save us today, but it will serve us for another generation. That's what the Bible says in Proverbs 13:22. A wise man shall leave an inheritance. Hello? For his children's children, even to the fourth what? That is what we call true investment. Therefore, I'm challenging you to say, please, consciously ask yourself, am I an employee? Retirement is coming. Hello? Am I self-employed as an architect? How long can I grow? Finally, are you a businessman? With that big, expansive business, where you and the wife, you are the controllers. Hello? What happens when age catches up with you? Your children are not interested with the hardware. Hello? They have no grace for matatu. Hata hiyo shule yako hawataki kusikia. Ama hiyo hotel unaita yako. They don't want to be in the hotel business. Am I talking? What will happen? That's why investors are those people who say, I want to be part of a group that even the day I shall die, hello, the shop will not close to come to my burial. It will be business as that my children will find it. They will not even disrupt it because dividends will keep flowing forever. Are we talking here? Then number 3. Tell your neighbor number 3. The other question I said, in that business, do you ever see yourself multiplying your money? Because I'm telling you, this journey of addition is very hard. Do you ever see one day that money you are investing being multiplied? I can say this with confidence. I never put my money anywhere I cannot see multiplication one day. Hello? Because I know the power of what? Which means take your time. It doesn't matter how long it will take. I'll put my money where it shall multiply. But I also say, even if I'm not sure, see, I better follow those who are sure. Hello? Even if I don't know where to put the money, I'll be careful to follow the rich. Show me where you put your, and I'll put it there. And I'll keep on putting it there until I get the formula right. I was telling somebody today, I love Psalms 1 verse 1. But I interpret it in my own way up to verse 3. The power of the people you associate with. Hello? I tell people that if you want to become rich, to become what? Always work with the people who are richer than you. That, do you know the average of the 7 people you call your friends? Hello? If you take the average of the 7 people who are always next to you, the average you get equals you. Am I talking? So if you want your economic average to increase, make sure that in the group you work with, you are the poorest. And I can tell you, whether you like it or not, by default, by what? They'll put you to the next. If you find you are the people who like being the best in the group, when you're jogo wa kijiji, wa kusema, that you work with the people who you can only shut up, and they are all behind you, let me tell you whether you like it or not, it's a matter of, they'll also fix you in their space. So they'll put you back. Which means I'm only trying to tell you the power of association. Who do you work with? Who do you interact with? Who tells you about money? Who do you copy? And of course, I cannot ignore the power of education. The power of what? Seek to learn. Me, I've told people that I was brought in the village. And for sure, if I never came from that village, the only thing I could have done is start the shop that is in the village. Is that true? The shopkeeper in that village, the butcher in the village, the kauteria mandazi ya shilingi 5, because you can never be better than what you know. So the best you can do, seek to know more by being a reader of books. I tell people the worst you can ever do is to spend a whole week ujasoma kitabu mpya. Even the Bible, please read and read again. Because every time you read the Bible, you get another interpretation, another revelation. Therefore, I always encourage you, if you really feel you want to go to the next level in business, seek to read. I was just sharing with my brother here, Munga, and I was telling him that in that small book called The 3 Pillars of Success I've done for you, it is simply telling you success is not something to bargain here. You must get it right. And I show you the how. Hello? And when I show you the how in a very simplistic way, I also tell you why you become rich. Forget not to balance your spiritual life. And I show you the how. Forget not to balance your social, so that you don't get overtaken by riches and you are so spiritual, you forget to go this other direction. Balancing your life. But for me, because I know the grace I have, is to help you locate where money is. Hello? Si umesoma Biblia? Remember the parable of the sower? How many remember that parable? Si Yesu alisema hiyo shilingi yako ni mbe? Tell your neighbor your shilling is a seed. And the Bible says the first guy alipanda shilingi yake kwa barabara. Hello? That's what tunakuambia acha kununua mata. Kwa sababu ni kuweka pesa kwa barabara. And I can tell you, wewe fanya research yako since independence. Since what? And tell me nani alitoboa na matatu. That's what the Bible says. We have eyes yet we don't see. That even those guys who have ever had it, from Jogoke Maki and the rest, where are they today? Am I talking? Then he also says, usipande mbegu yako kwa mimba. No, kwa mawe. Sirio? Ambia mwenzako kwa mawe. And I'm here to tell you, please don't waste your time. Don't waste your what? Becoming a landlord. Hello? And you are very busy putting up houses in Kayore, Buruburu, to be a what? Let me tell you, you are wasting time. You will never go far. And if you want to do a study, look at anybody who has been a landlord in this city. Uko Eastlands. And you tell them whether you admire them in their old age. They only survive. They only what? But they will never go to the next level. But no wonder I say, the Bible says, of course the Bible also says, don't plant your seed among the thorns. Serio? Because inasema mbegu itamea. Hello? Na itakaa kama iko sawa mpaka ikutane na mimi. Na hiyo mimba inaitwa age. Inaitwa nini? Which means you start a business, you invest so much money on a business called yours. And you are so sure that that business will behave like you. When you are strong, the business becomes strong. When you become sick, the business becomes sick. When you die, the business also. When you become old, the business also becomes hiyo ni inaitwa mimba. That's why I tell people, Bible has all solutions. But the Bible talks about the investor that says, locate the fertile. No wonder he calls that person the wise sower. You locate the fertile ground. And locating is careful identification. Hello? You plant the seed on the fertile, where the seed will multiply 30-fold, 60-fold, 100. And I can tell you, you only become an investor when you are careful and you do your research right. Where do you multiply? Where do you plant your seed? I'm an architect. See, I was in university for 6 years. That's why I can say with authority, anything to do with the Mijengo buildings, I can advise you. I am not a landlord, but I will become one day. Hello? One? I will become a landlord. But I know the day I will become a landlord, sitanunua simiti, sitanunua mawe. Hello? Sita supervise mafudi. I'll locate the fertile ground where I know if I put a house here, hello, I'll get my money back in 5 years. Am I talking? Which means if I am in the fertile ground, I just require to go to the bank. The bank will give me a loan, 100%. 100? They will even appoint a contractor to put up the house for me. Alafu washike hiyo title, waeke ikuwe ni ya? For 5? Yes. Baada ya miaka 5 wakimaliza kujilipa, wanirudishie title ya? Am I a landlord? Am I a landlord? Yes. Which means I am also a landlord in the head. But when they are buying stones, my stones are in the shares. Am I talking? When they are buying a plot, my plot is in the? But I know one day, so that when I become a landlord, I'll be in the right, so that I become a corporate landlord, where I'm paid 6 months in advance. Hello? Sio hii mambo ya kuchezi watu asubuhi mapema. Ati your tenants wanakuambia kimeumana imwe, maana nimefutwa kazi. Hiyo mimi sita. That is what you call locating the fertile what? So I'm not saying to be a landlord is bad, but be a landlord in the right. Let me say this with confidence. The moment you find yourself using your money to buy a car, it's almost like an assurance. One day you shall walk again. Am I talking to somebody? But when you get the fundamentals right, the fundamentals what? When you start driving, you shall never ever walk again. And you shall keep on moving from one level to another without apologizing to anybody. And that's why I tell people, I have no problem to say I have one, not one car or 2 or 3. I drive. But I can tell you, whether you come to my house and find cars worth 15 million parked there, they are not mine. They are not? They belong to the bank. All the logbooks of those cars are not? They belong to the bank. Because I know the dangers of having my money stuck in metal. See, that metal can crash any time, whether it's insured or not. That's why today, let me give you a story. Suppose you want to buy a vehicle of 7 million. How much? 7 million. Using your money. I think that will take the message home. Eh? I put 7 million to put a car. You understand? It means immediately I pay 7 million with my cash money, which I've earned through LinkedIn. The moment I drive out of that showroom, that car is 6 million. Are we talking? So I've lost immediately. After 1 year, that car is 5 million. Is that true? By the 3rd year, the car is 4. By the 4th year, this car is 3 million or even 2.5. Which means by the 5th year, that machine, as good as it is, it requires replacement. Which means you have actually lost 5 and you're not calculating, you have been paying insurance. 1 or 2 things. So you have already lost 5. So you have been losing 1 million every year. 100,000 per month because of bringing a piece of metal. Which means the likelihood of you replacing that car, hello, it becomes worse. That's why most people in their old age, they come from Prado to Toyota and finally they walk. Do you know it is so embarrassing? But look at this other guy who is an entrepreneur, who is an investor. Seriously? Hello? Remember the banks I told you is for the rich and the what? Hello? Don't forget the Bible says, to they that have, more shall be given. To they that have little, even the little they have shall be taken. See on the Biblia. So that's why even banks don't give money to the poor. Hello? Banks only give money to those who? That's why I shall walk to the bank. I told them I want a Prado. 7 million. Am I talking? But they can see I have it. You can see I have it. If you start kutumia ya, I want to use yours. Am I talking sense? Yeah. Which means therefore, instead of using my 7 million, I'll plant that money in a fertile ground. Hello? And then I get the vehicle from the bank. So that my money, because it's multiplying, by the 5th year, my 7 million will be 25 million. So that as I lose the 5 million, I've already gained how much? 18 what? Which means I will never have a problem replacing any time. Because the growth path is bigger than this of depreciation. Am I talking somebody? And that's why I can tell you the people who get the big game, they even never allow their vehicle to go to the garage. Gari kianza kuguza na mechanic, unasema I have no time for that. Hello? Can I give it to those who handle mechanics? So unakuta kuna gari miaka 2-3, ikianza kuleta shida kidogo tu, unapatia wale wako na taa. Who have the time to go to the mechanics? And you can replace that car anytime as you wish, because you have gotten the equation right. How many people can say I'm now delivered? And I'm here to say this. Let me tell you, brethren, when you get those fundamentals right, Mimi, I don't care whether you have no salary, whether you are selling. Me, I used to sell vegetables. When I was a student, I used to have a vegetable groceries in Dandora, in Gekomba, in Saudi B, Nairobi University. I'm the one who started those shops on Mamraka Road. Jomo Kenyatta, I was there, KU. Am I talking? So I know what it means to start from nowhere. And let me tell you, never despise any beginning. You understand? But my prayer is only one. From those humble beginning, sitaki mutu achukue the wrong junction. Hello? As long as I'm assured I'm on the right track, with the right people, doing the right thing, that I can say with confidence, I am doing multiplication mathematics. My prayer is only one. But because I also know these things don't just come. Hello? They start by association. You understand? Associate with the right people. Don't just join a chama. Hello? Yes. Join groups that are clear where they are going. Yes. Do your due diligence first. And again, I'm also saying, when people are buying shares, don't buy shares in Nairobi Stock Exchange. You are mistaken. Just buy shares for those companies that want to go to Nairobi Stock, so that by the time they are going there, you have already exploded with them. Can you imagine somebody with a salary? If you have a salary, it means your inlet is 1. Is that true? Hello? But the outlets are multiplying every day. Kuna outlet ya rent, kuna outlet ya medical, outlet ya food, outlet ya school fees, outlet ya insurance. Am I talking? Yes. Which means there are people who live in this world, and I was there, where even when money comes, hello, it never even runs in your pocket. Inaishianga kwa hewa. Am I talking? Kwa sababu unajaribu kuipangia hata haitoshi. Which means that it shall never even run. By the time it is running, the suction pressure is even very high. So yours has to keep on dropping, and it is what? So you spend all your life trying to do mathematics that can never end up. Therefore, the rich people design a formula that says, can I have many inlets? And I thank God for FEP. That FEP people know I've been getting dividends from the bank, from the hotels, from the media, from the schools, from the supermarkets, from the healthcare, from the real estate, from the fountain safaris, insurance. My goodness. And what happens when the money comes? Of course, the outlets are constant. Am I talking? But the good news is, the wise people say, even when money comes to your compound, into your what? Let it jump 7 times before it can exit. Am I talking? So when money comes, can I bank it in my bank? Yes. Can I pay school fees in my school? Yes. Can I be guarded by my security company? Can I go for holiday in my hotels? Yes. Can I go shop in my supermarket? Hello? Can my house be consulted by my real estate company? Can I insure with my insurance? Can I go for medical checkup in my hospital? Man, I wish you can have that gift. It means money shall never get out of your compound. Lakini kama the little you get, una shop kwa wenyewe, hoteli kwa wenyewe, kila kitu ni kwa wenyewe. Am I talking here? Wapendwa, get the foundations right. As an architect, we say, spend all your time, all your years laying the foundation. Because ukianza kupanda, hello, utapanda sawa sawa. But no matter how high you go, and you discover the foundations were, you shall go back to square one. Very costly. And that's why I'm here to say, bottom line, what is it that the rich do? Number 2, I want to say, what is it that can tell you where is it where the power of multiplication comes in? My money must multiply. Biashara ya addition ya kununua soda 30 bob kuuza 35, mkate 40 kuuza 45, hiyo mimi sita. Then you say number 3, we have said the higher you go, the cooler it become. Avoid businesses that anybody else can do. That I don't need any formula to open that shop. And then I close by saying, who are you? Who do you want to be? Because also God wants to understand, in this agenda of money, why do you want to be rich? Because God shall come in your life if the agenda is right. Am I talking? Because I can tell you, we can do so many things on our own. But when the grace of God comes on board, hello, the game changes. When the intention is right, invest a bit in yourself, invest in people, be with the right people, work with people who inspire you, people who give you positive energy, not negative energy, and more importantly, think, plan, and again I will say plan. Consult, research, but again, don't do it forever. Hello? There are people who can plan forever, and the time is catching up. And that's why I want to conclude by saying that I'm so grateful when I see you seated here, and I can only tell you that God will open a door. But that door may already be opened. Hello? So that as you wait it go for God to open a door, can you first locate the one which is what? Thank you and God bless you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
I'm Chief Inspector Vane Kerubo. I work here in Langata as the Social Welfare Officer. Basically, I'm Mama Malilio. That's how we like to call it, because I deal with all issues concerning the prisoners and also our staff members and their families, concerning problems, but also in happy times and good times. The first thing a welfare officer does for a new admission is to ensure that issues at home have been settled out. So has the person been sorted out at the courts? Did they leave anything at the police station? Are the people at home aware of where this person is? Do you have a young child who needs to be sorted out and settled out in one way or another? So that's what the welfare officer does at the very beginning. We are very confident in the assistance we get through our stakeholders because, basically the open door policy open the doors to stakeholders and all well-wishers who would like to work with us in the prisons. So whenever we need any kind of assistance, we can be able to stretch out our hand, and the society is also allowed to stretch its hand in and come and support us in any way possible.
My name is Chief Inspector Caroline Baini, in charge industry. Industry is part of the rehabilitation program that we have in prisons. We usually work with the long sentence inmates because the courses that we offer, the duration of the long sentence, an inmate can come in and complete all the courses. We usually have 11 sections. We have embroidery, we have knitting, we have crocheting, we have handcraft, fiber work, beads work, dressmaking, salon, we have pottery. And in the first step when the inmate comes in is booked in for vocational training, where she enrolls as a candidate qualified as a candidate to sit for the grade test. That is the government trade tests that she can attain a certificate in grade 3. That's the start point. Then grade 2 and then grade 1. And according to your sentence, if you have 5 years, you take 3 years for training and then the 2 years for production, where you make use of the skills. And after graduating from the dressmaking, you enroll now to the other skills.
We get donations through the well-wishers, and also rehabilitative programs are supported through these well-wishers. We have church services, faith-based organizations that come in, NGOs, a company, even Parastatal Africa, they can decide to come tomorrow and do a CSR. That is part of being in Langata. The hospitality bit will be done in that section to ensure that both the society out there and the society inside works together.
Kuna kosi mingi sana, na venye hasira nilikuwa nayo nikipigana na huyo msichana juu mimi nilipigana nayo. Nishati nikaomba God tu anisamee, ilikuwa ni vita. Sasa hapa nisha reform, nimejifunza mambo mingi. Kulikuwa na sababu ya Mungu kuingia mahali hapa.
My name is Jacqueline Onyango. I'm in charge of education section. This is the school. We have formal and informal education programs. Formal education programs, we have KCPE exams and KCSE. So basically, those who are eligible to come to school are mainly, we stress on the illiterate ones. Those ones undergo basic literacy classes where you're required to do reading and writing and simple arithmetic. They undergo proficiency tests that's offered by the government. They are grade tests. We have grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. After which we also have a group that dropped out in their primary educations. Those who are still young, between 18 and 35, they do KCPE. First we take them through the classes, class 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If somebody had dropped in class 7, we take them to class 7 and then they enroll for the exams.
My name is Marceline Sikasa, Inspector. I'm in charge of the remand section. In the remand section we have categories of inmates who are still undergoing trial. They have not been convicted yet. We have the ordinary remands and the capital remands. Ordinary remands include the petty offences and the other cases that are not either robbery or murder. The murder cases are under capital remands, and the robbery with violence cases. And so here we basically just containment, and the activities that will be there, like for the industry, are voluntary. They are not forced. They are not legally. They are not supposed to work, but just to keep them busy and to also help them with the rehabilitation and just to keep them busy and help them move on with their cases as they finish.
They do national exams. So far we've done 10 years, around 10 years. And the last year the highest had 300, and the previous year it was 354. The first group of Form 4 will be doing the exams this year. They've done their Form 1, Form 2 and Form 3 in Langata women prisons, and they'll be sitting for the exam. We do this because you'll find that there are some of them who dropped out in Form 2, Form 3, and they're still young, and their sentences are short but long enough for them to complete the Kenya Certificate of Education. And it is proper that they have certification, because without a certificate it's very easy for you to get a placing if you want to further your education. But it's also that knowledge, it's just important for you to be able to adapt to the changes that we are having in the country and in our economy in order for you to perform well. Okay, apart from the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, other trainings that we have basic computer classes. We have the basic packages being trained to the inmates who have O-level education, as well as those who have completed Class 8, those who are able to read and write well and are able to speak in English. They go for the training. The certificates they are awarded they're sponsored by ZTech College in collaboration with one of our stakeholders, Faraja, so that the certificates that they are awarded with are recognized in the market. So that goes for both inmates and staff who are willing to do ICT, because ICT is important for each and every citizen currently. So apart from ICT, we also have students undertaking common law lessons.
The participants in the club are those who are getting ready to go home, and we come together to do different activities in knitting, catering, there is beadwork, and also we have the farm. So whatever money we generate in the club, we use to develop the club and put some as token for assistance when we get home. At the moment we have had up to 7 members who have left the club, and we were able to give them some small amounts of money that they can, as a startup capital for the businesses when they get back, when they get home. I'm working with an officer, chief inspector. Here, the level of health facility we have here is level 2. That is a dispensary, but somehow different compared to the ones outside the prison, such that we have 4 clinics here. We have a clinic for the staff and the community around, and then we have a clinic for the unconvicted prisoners. Then we have a separate clinic also for the convicted prisoners. And then we have another clinic for the comprehensive care for those who have HIV and TB. In the main services, we offer outpatient services, laboratory services. We also offer maternal and child health care services, antenatal care services, nutritional care services, environmental health and sanitation services. And then we offer visiting, that is voluntary counseling for HIV, and there is that CCC, care for the HIV and the TB patient. Staff members, we have staff from the prison service and staff from the Ministry of Health. So we're working together. Okay, the dispensary is under the management of our nursing officer, that is the matron.
and she's from the Ministry of Health.
My name is Doris Amtos Amase. I'm a lab technologist. I work at Langata Women Prison Dispensary Laboratory. We are 2 lab technologists. The work process starts at around 8:30, and that's when we start receiving our clients, both from the mates and the community from out. And the basic tests we do are malaria. We do random blood sugars. We do hemoglobin levels and many others as routine tests. Here in the lab, the workflow usually starts with knowing the patient first and ensuring that the patient matches with the requisition. After that, we get a sample, and then we proceed with the processing of the sample as per the guidelines of that particular test. And then we dispatch the results and send the patient back to the doctor. If it's an emergency or something that needs to be attended to, we usually take the patient in person to the doctor so that the patient is given priority and treated accordingly.
Hii mkubwa wetu alitulete hapa tuibie Mungu kutoka sisi iko na siku leo 3. Leo ni ya 3. Bila tukaibia Mungu na mnaona mimi niko na hakuna kitanga. Lakini hiyo nguvu inabakisha. Ninaomba serikali yetu, ninaniomba etukumbuke.
My name is Sergeant Mary Kamau. I'm a child protection officer. I have done early childhood education. I am also in the welfare office. I usually work for the children. I facilitate the well-being of the children. They come here during the weekdays, working days, because their mothers are being deployed to some work in working parties, and we bring here 8 o'clock, where they come and take their porridge, that is breakfast, and then after taking their breakfast, there are some activities which are being carried here, like playing and changing them, napping them, and they also play with the toys. And also we have swings because we do outside activities.
Other trainings that we have are trainings that are offered by willing stakeholders. They come and sponsor, for example, maybe it's entrepreneurship classes, life skill classes. Like recently we had junior achievers training around 35 inmates in entrepreneurship. We have the President's Award for those who are ages 18 to 24. They undergo trainings, and you may have them being taken through the trainings. I am normally involved, though it falls under the welfare section. So any other training that we find a need of being done in school or we get sponsored is normally undertaken within the school, because we have a law that enables inmates to be enrolled and taken through the classes within the school region.
Depending on the different activities that prisoner will go through, at the very end, we work on a discharge board. In a discharge board, we bring in all stakeholders. They are members of that board, together with the committee that started with that particular client, and then they sit down and find out, is this client ready to go home? Are there issues that have been unresolved back at home? Is the family ready to receive them? The people whom had arguments and disagreements between them, is there need for reconciliation? Does this person have capital to start even a business with the skills that they have gotten and the certificates that they have gotten? And will this person settle back in society and not come back? So that is what a discharge board does. And now we also have aftercare. We work together with the probations and now the stakeholders who have taken up the responsibility of working in aftercare. So these people, we hand them over and now they are back in society. They are ready to walk out there. So that then our work is done. We also have children who come in with their mothers, that is between 0 and 4 years. The children who come in that way, we try the level best we can to give them the best that a child deserves. I mean, this child did not commit any offense. This child has not wronged anybody. This child is innocent. This child needs that bonding, that relationship, that time to spend with their mother to be able to develop and grow in the right way possible.
My name is Olivia Bell. I'm in charge of the maximum women's prison. And in this prison, this is the only maximum women's prison in the country. And in this prison we have 2 sections. We have the pre-trial section and we have the convict section. In the convict section, we have, when it's a maximum prison, you may find inmates with short sentences because this is the only prison within Nairobi County. Besides that, it holds longer sentence like life for them, 20, 30, 40 years in prison, imprisonment for convict of aggression of inmates, and of course a number of trials. We have a number of partners who have come to support the rehabilitation programs in the prisons. Like you probably have seen in the pre-trial area, so resource center whereby remands who by law are not supposed to work but because they're idle, they're encouraged to actually participate in the resource center where they can maybe undertake sewing and their dressing. Some of them do that. We have now diversified into market-oriented kind of programs. You may have seen we do bakery. It's also talent promotion, which is also undertaken here, like modeling, they design their clothes, so have initiatives of their own, whereby we call it crime support, whereby after training they're able to put in place kind of training that they like, so that crime support, which means that they have themselves have appreciated the fact that crime does not pay, and therefore that's the slogan, crime support. So they're able to come up with something, and any revenue comes from that is released to them.
Nisha reform, hata nikienda pale raia sitaki mambo mob, sitaki kujihusisha na mambo hata ma friends, ndachagua tu marafiki. Unaona sasa juu sasa zingine unaweza jipata umejiingiza kwa marafiki wabaya. Sasa nimesoma somo nikiwa hapa gerezani, nimesoma somo. Sasa nikienda pale nje kutafuta tu job, nalea mtoi wangu poa, niliacha mtoi mmoja akiwa na mwaka mmoja, sasa ni msichana mkubwa, ako na 11 years.
Besides that, of course, they have this formal and informal education. We've also seen we have computer section, also education primary section, and also secondary section. Besides that, we also have partners who are supporting our English study law, which diploma law class that is third year with an organization from the UK. And the important thing to say that we also have a farm section, the years to come. Besides that, I would say that in putting together with all the programs and interventions that we have put in place, which are proper for
Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
I am extremely excited to be part of the 4th Environmental Cement Africa Conference 20 Nairobi, Kenya at the Lyco Regency Hotel. The event having been organized by Preston Limited, the Ministry of Mining and NEMA, is a unique event whose main aim is to raise environmental awareness in the cement industry. I was able to talk to one of the organizers to learn more on the call for this event.
This is actually the 4th Environmental Cement Africa. Our first happened in Cape Town, I believe in 2009. Issues of environmental concerns in the cement industry, they're not well put out, shall we say, in Africa. Or there's a fear where environment is concerned, there's no profit. So it was a collaboration between the governments in Africa, especially in Kenya, Prescon and cement industry. We have to protect our environment at the end of the day. It's not really a profit-making event, it is an awareness kind of event. Right now, with the collaboration with NEMA, what we are trying to impose is really to do a roundtable discussion every 3 months, so it just doesn't end. Because normally, this is a 2 years event, after 2 years you come back and it's a new issue. So what we have established with the government of Kenya and NEMA is to have a roundtable discussion between the stakeholders and the government every 3 months.
With the increasing demand of cement, especially in East Africa, driven by the high growth in the construction industry, our environment is likely to be affected in one way or another. Andrew Amadi, a certified chemical and process engineer, had much to say on these effects and much more. But first, what is cement? Cement is a fine grey powder that is used to make concrete. It is an ingredient used in paving roads, building houses, building dams and lining reservoirs. In Kenya, we have various cement processing companies such as the Bamburi Cement, Portland Cement, Savannah Cement and Rhino Cement. Cement in Kenya is of great importance in every building project, and that is definitely something that all these cement manufacturers within Kenya have close to their hearts. With the high demand of cement due to the booming construction industry, how is this affecting the environment?
Okay, the environment is affected in two principal ways. One is the extraction of materials from the land which is used to produce the cement, and then two is the increase in pollution from the fuels and from the materials themselves that are used in the manufacturing of cement. So those are the two principal ways in which cement boom is affecting the environment.
Okay. So what are the risks?
The main risks that I would be really concerned about is the impact on health of people who are in the areas around where the cement factories are, as was outlined, the small particulate matter, the respiratory illnesses, and of course the sad deaths that occur from those illnesses. So I think that would be the main area of concern. Even though we're talking about environment, we tend to forget that people are a part of the environment, and we first need to take care of people even as we take care of the other aspects. The other levels or other types of pollution are not so destructive. You have, say, sulfur dioxide that can translate to acid rain. So in a place with a high concentration of factories like in Athi River, there is reason to believe that the rain water could be acidic. So we need to measure that. We need to see that. Well, a simple way of trying to find that is to see if mabati roofs are being corroded unproportionally or disproportionately in that area. So that's an impact that affects the environment, affects people, but at a secondary level. The worst that is happening in that case is destruction of property and probably also you destroy certain types of plants because of the acidity, but it's not as bad as that which is causing respiratory illness. Then the third is carbon dioxide, which is contributing to global warming. That for us isn't a very big worry in this part of the world because we're not the main contributors, but it's contributing, and as we are increasing, we're also increasing our production of greenhouse gases. And then there's also the extractive, which is basically destroying land and making it unusable.
The government is also in the forefront in leading the nation to a low-carbon climate resilient. Alice Kaudia, the Environmental Secretary who represented the Ministry of Environment and Mineral Resources, talked of the need to set agenda for environmentally friendly development in the African cement industry.
What we lack in Kenya really are baseline industry standards. When we take the cement industry, we need standards that will, set the baseline in terms of the energy efficiency, water efficiency, material input efficiency. This is not just for the cement manufacturing only, but we are working towards that. You need a system whereby when you have measured, you have the metrics of performance of your industry, you are saying that if we attain this ratio of maybe 1 to so much, then we have met the industry standard, and when we surpass it, we are performing better than is expected of us. Such metrics are still being developed, and I'm sure with time and in partnership with yourselves, we should be able to move forward effectively. May I just reaffirm the ministry's commitment to supporting your industry. I am sure sometimes you find challenges with communities where you invest.
For Parastatal TV, I am Mogore Kamau.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. A very good afternoon to you, and many thanks for joining us on Parastatal TV. You are definitely watching Frontline. I am your host, PK Wanjiro. Now, a couple of days ago, I had the privilege to interview the Deputy Inspector General of Police, who is in charge of the Administration Police Service, that is none other than Samuel Arachi. We are also privileged to get an interview, an exclusive interview actually, with the second man in command, that is the principal deputy to the Deputy Inspector General of Police. He's none other than Mr. Fred Moy. Now, before we get into the interview, I would want him to just make a general statement as a follow-up to what we discussed with the Deputy Inspector General of Police. Mr. Moy, welcome.
Thank you, Kamau, and my pleasure to have you visit us.
Yes.
This is the AP headquarters, and this is actually the point from where we run the affairs of the service. As a national service, we have quite a widespread of personnel in the service. We are deployed in 47 counties.
Yes.
326 roughly sub-county commands. And of course more than 2,500 outposts. Basically, out of our workforce, almost 75% plus are working in the outposts.
Okay.
Very, very local level, very grassroots points of service delivery, probably unrivaled in any other government agency. In addition to those county commands, which now manage the outposts, the more than 2,500. We have 5 units that are operations based, support these very well,
yes,
and support the community, bring them together to understand their role, but also at the same time the ability to deal with any threat to peace and security, whether in terms of interdiction, whether it is apprehension, whether it is preventive, whether it is intelligence. That is not a competence that you find in many other organizations, particularly when you look at it's the spread.
Yes.
Almost every personnel is able to comfortably work anywhere in the country. The other competences relate to the ability to apply both training and also the basic equipment. And you know, we do not have as much sophistication in terms of the equipment that we use. But the ability to innovate with the resources that we have and deliver what would be good quality services. That combination of skill and ability to put to use minimal resources to achieve much greater success than would be ordinary is something that we are proud of. And of course that combines with some of the recent developments in the service, which include what you've just mentioned, the cadet program, which is about 10 years now since we began to recruit that cadre of graduate officers. This will be largely in 2 areas. There is the general commander cadre, but there are also specialists. Specialists in the sense of skills that we did not ordinarily have. And this would be in the field of forensic, in the field of law, in the field of finance.
Yes.
These are skills that and you know that we have, including GIS and information management, ICT. These are now staff that we now have in the service. We are putting them to proper use, particularly in managing investigations, basically related to our functions. We are putting these skills in improving the quality of administration in the service and command. We are also putting these skills in managing, for instance, the resources that we have at our disposal, including fleet, that is vehicles, transport, and many other fields. So when we look at you know, the kind of value that this group has brought, we are not merely looking at only the specialists. We are also looking at the quality of administrative function that we can now see. But also there is also something that comes with a little bit of those who have taken time to study at a higher level, because they are able to understand and to help the service interrogate social developments that affect policing. Some of the challenges that we are facing from you know, associated with stress within families, technology that is coming, globalization. These are young people who are able to conduct research, who are able to interrogate and, you know, engage with the outer world, not only in the business fraternity, but also the academia, and deliver to us quite impressive you know, recommendations that you know, way forward on some of the social problems that generate crimes that probably are new to our world. Yeah.
Now, that is about the cadet training program, but very few Kenyans, and I have to admit this, I just learnt of this recently, that within the administration police service, you also have an overseas training. Tell us something about the overseas training within the APS.
We have quite a good number of officers who have benefited from training programs in overseas countries. Largely, these are fully sponsored by our development partners. Some are partly sponsored, again, and the government meets the other portion of the training.
Yes.
The last, let's begin with about 6-7 years, we have head officers who have gone for courses in, for instance, border security, which is one of our functions.
Yes.
And in fact, I must add that the border patrol unit is basically the concepts and the idea. We picked it from some of our partner nations who are very well advanced in their border management. We have officers who have also been able to undergo advanced training in academic fields in countries such as US, China, parts of Europe. And these officers have come back with a specialization in transport, in engineering, in chemical biology areas, in ICT. The other aspect that we have benefited is a particularly more important area of police operations, particularly from Europe.
Yes.
And this has enabled us to much more better tackle emerging threats. The courses in terrorism fighting, in radicalization, in investigation. All these are programs that have enabled the service put in and benefit in improving the quality of personnel, both at operational, that's really street policing level, and their supervisors, to also senior commanders.
Okay.
So we are not talking of a minimal benefit, it's quite substantial.
Yeah. But it is not restricted maybe to theory only.
No. Some of these programs include quite a bit of policing practicals within some of those countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you've given me so much confidence knowing that within the APS we know there are people who are trained outside there. But then again, just in conclusion, apart from corruption, one of the biggest fears amongst Kenyans out there is the issue of insecurity. We know the National Police Service has done its best, but you've been the second in command in within the Administration Police Service. What would be your parting shot on security situation in Kenya?
Of course, we fully understand the apprehension that Kenyans have.
Yes.
Anytime we have holidays, and largely because of our the last 2 or so years related to terrorism.
Yes.
There are also fears as political campaigns seem to be peaking, and the question of gangs, possibly criminal gangs, and the generally, fear of burglary and other crimes that are associated with any community. But we have ourselves have put in place additional measures beginning this year. They are not aimed only to boost the security during the Easter holidays, but also going beyond to the end of the year. And next year, as we gear up for campaigns in elections. And part of these initiatives have benefited from the recent graduation. We received 4,000 new officers. Those ones we have deployed them in areas where we had gaps. In the pastoralist areas, we can assure people there that they can add a few additional livestock, knowing that nobody will take them away, courtesy of the numbers that we have put there and the additional training that we have provided to the team that we added to the commands in all those counties that experience cattle rustling and influx in terms of gun-related crime. We also have specialized equipment, the APCs given to us by the government.
Yes.
In addition to that, for northeastern and areas that are likely to have threat of terrorism, we have also done the same. We have, without telling you the numbers, we have healthy numbers, additional, and I can tell you that our visibility, and not only the visibility but also the quality of the men who are patrolling the rural areas is far much higher, and nobody needs to fear. If you are a traveler, just get into your bus, travel where you want. You'll find us ready for anybody who may want to disrupt your travel. For those in the urban areas, again, that number is much more healthier. The rural areas, in the agricultural areas, in the rural border posts, all these are areas that we have significantly increased. We will keep on speaking to everybody who wants a secure country, who wants a secure place for their business, for their, for their home. And I am confident that we will not have the kind of instances that sometimes we've seen in the past, be they terrorist related, be they gangs, or even ordinary criminals who may just want to cause havoc. My final word on our policing agenda.
Yes.
We know, and of course the corruption perception report has been released.
Yes.
And we've seen the ministry where we belong.
Yeah.
And certainly the police service is still being mentioned not in a very positive light.
Yes.
And all we are saying is to Kenyans to believe in us and to allow us a little time, but to be sure that we are very determined to clean our stable. Sometimes people want to believe what they may have experienced in the past, probably last week, yesterday, and they may not give us an opportunity to see the change that overnight we achieve. We will ensure that integrity in the National Police Service, and particularly in the AP, is brought to the standards that it should. We should be able to account for any action, and where we go wrong, we will be ready to discuss. The last month alone, the Inspector General has finalized a corruption prevention plan for the National Police Service.
Yes.
And of course, a rights observance document that is now available to us. These two areas have been an area where our image has not fared well.
Yeah, it's true.
But we in the service command, with the Inspector General's office, and particularly the reform desk there, we are determined, and I can assure you that within a short time, at least Kenyans will have a police service that they will be proud of.
Sure.
They shouldn't give up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Principal Deputy to the Deputy Inspector General, Mr. Fred Mwei. One thing I've picked out is when you see the administration police officers and any other police officer out there, it's not only about visibility, but the quality behind that person.
What an amazing way to end this. And he's also assured you that you are free to go to anywhere that you want because your security is guaranteed and of essence. Just give the National Police Service as a whole